detailed enough, you could make a motion, more records, supplement them with just re-listen to the tape and supplement them with additional discussion. It depends on how specific the mission is.
But then do we approve them with, assuming they're going to add the stuff,
No,
or
I
we
would
see
not
them
approve
again?
them. I would not approve them. If there's substantive changes you want made to them, I mean, if you just like want to add, change somebody's word to
Yeah,
this,
it's a little bit different. I mean, I'll explain.
if you want to see the changes again, I would not approve it. I'd make a motion to ask more records to make them change and bring back the minutes at a future meeting.
Okay, we won't approve. Okay? So I'll make the motion not to approve.
So you're worried about pulling items, Jamie's pulling the minutes.
He hasn't been here for a while. I spent a lot of time this week rewatching meetings. It's funny as I did the same thing.
Did you reread the Constitution though?
I did not. I heard you had it memorized, so I didn't get a
Brought the Constitution with him.
Denise? Here, she's ready. Denise, are you ready? I'm not used to having to do this left-handed.
I'm doing great. How about yourself? Doing good. You playing much golf?
As much as I can. Yeah.
What do you usually play at?
Fox Hollow.
It's some sports stuff. Great stuff.
Yeah.
You still on it?
Yeah. Trying to turn into Lexington Oaks West.
Hey, what?
Trying to turn into Lexington Oaks West.
Listen, that's one of the things that I noticed about Mr. Craig Sr., who's dead now, is that he squeezed every big play out for us. Everybody. I worked there for a couple of years. Under him, I finally got to it. It wasn't worth it. He got free law, both he owned it, and we bought it out. They started eliminating bad things.
That's a great golf course.
It is. It's a long course, too, especially a couple of holes out there. Really.
It's one of the nicer
Ready,
ones in
David?
the area, but I might throw that back at you. To me, it's one of the nicer ones in the area.
David, you ready?
I'm ready. Whenever.
I'd like to call the meeting to order, please.
I mean,
We stand for a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, Madam Clerk, can we have the roll call, please?
Mr. Jamie Girardi.
here.
Mr. Derek Conklitz. Mr. Peter Hensel.
Here.
Mr. John Moody.
Here.
Mr. Christopher Cole.
Here.
Mr. Chris Williams. Represented by Mr. Peterson.
Here.
And Mr. Chairman Charles Gray.
Here. All right, and could you read us proof of publication, please?
The items were published in the Tampa Bay Times on November 2nd, 2022, December 21st, 2022, January 22nd, 2023, February 1st, 2023, February 15th, 2023, or by affidavit or certified mailings and site postings.
All right, thank you very much. And we have minutes to either approve or not approve.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, there are minutes from the January 7th meeting. During that meeting, there was quite a lengthy discussion on item AP8,
regarding Saddlebrook. I'd like to ask if board records could relook at the motion and the discussion at the end of the minutes. I think they got the motion correct, but there was quite a bit of discussion, and we even had 2 members of the board or of the commission vote against the item. And I think there's some more explanation that can be added to that motion and what was actually voted on. So there was discussion in particular about when the item comes back for the MPUD, there be more detail included for areas 1 and 2, I believe. And if you can just relook at that, and if we can bring those back, I'd like to make a motion for that to come back.
It was 3 and 4, I think.
Okay, so areas 3 and 4, and okay.
Okay, so we have a motion to table it or come back. So do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion on the motion? If-
Just to, does board records need anything, additional information to?
If you could email us, what's the item number?
It's item AP8. And again, I don't think the motion's wrong. I just think there's more detail in there, and just have record of that would be a good idea.
Yeah, no worries. We'll get that taken care of.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Further discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. All right, so I'd like to welcome everybody today. I'm going to give you some information about the meeting and how it's going to proceed. We're the Planning Commission. We're appointed by the Board of County Commissioners, and we meet twice monthly. We serve as a local planning agency, and we hold public hearings and transmit to the Board of County Commissioners recommendations on comprehensive plan amendments, land development recommendations, land development code amendments, rezoning, conditional use requests. The Planning Commission is the final decision-making body for special exceptions, certain appeals, variance requests, and certain alternative standard requests. However, final decisions may be appealed to the Board of County Commissioners. Anyone who's in opposition to any development code amendment, rezoning, conditional use, or any item where the Planning Commission transmits a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners, it's important for you to attend the appropriate Board of County Commissioner meeting. Those of you who are not familiar with the format of the meetings, we have 3 sections. We have continuances, we have consent, and we have regular items. Continuances are typically either the staff or the applicant has requested a continuance for any number of reasons. It's been our tradition to approve those requests unless there are extenuating circumstances. We have a consent agenda section. Some of these items may be on consent agenda where we haven't had any objections from the public or the staff. Those items will be gone through one at a time. If there's something on the consent agenda that you'd like to have discussed today, as we go through, then raise your hand and then we'll pull it off consent, put it on the regular items. And if it stays on consent, it'll all be voted on at one time, and we'll move on to the regular items for discussion. And those are items that are not either on consent or or have not been continued. Applicants will have 3 minutes to make their presentation, and concerned citizens will have 3 minutes to state their concerns. And following the presentation of objections, the applicant will have 5 minutes to respond to the concerns. There may have been, and I think there was today, a request before the meeting for extra time, I think on one of the items.
That's correct, Mr. Chair. It's on item PC 10, Martha Joan Wood Hinman, request for 10 minutes time.
Okay. And so we have that on the record. Let me just say that this is a good time to, any of you who have phones, which is probably most of you, please put it on the silent position or turn it off so that we don't disturb anybody that's trying to give information. And also, before we start the meeting, we want to give anybody that's here for something that's not on today's agenda the opportunity to come up and raise their concerns. Is there anyone here that's here to speak on something that is not on the agenda? Okay. If you plan to give testimony today, I want to use this time to have you stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn, please. Anyone who plans to come up and give testimony. If you please raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God?
All right, thank you very much. With that, I guess we can begin.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Planning Commission members. Denise Hernandez, Planning and Development. We're going to start on item PC2, which is PDD 237607. It's a zoning amendment in the name of Bailey's Wildcat CCMPUD Connected City Master Plan Unit Development, Wildcat Groves Inc., Janet Elizabeth LaRue, and Cynthia D. Bales. And this is a request to continue the item to a date uncertain.
All right. Is the applicant present? Anyone here to object? If not, can I hear a motion?
Motion to approve the continuance, date uncertain?
Second.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion up here? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Okay.
Following item is PC3, PDD 237684. It's a zoning amendment in the name of Sarah Gurley Trust, Max L. and Sarah C. Gurley co-trustees. This request is it's an applicant requested continuance to the April 6, 2023 Planning Commission meeting at 1:30 in Dade City.
Okay. Is the applicant present? Anyone here to object? See no objections. Hear a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second?
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Okay.
Following item is PC4, PDD 230190. This is a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment, CPAS 2229, Dominion Anclote. This is a request to continue the item to a date uncertain.
All right, is the applicant present? Anyone here to object? If not, I'll hear a motion.
Motion to continue?
Second.
In a second, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Okay.
Next is PC5, PDD 230012. This is a large-scale comprehensive plan amendment, CPAL 2208, 52 Groves. This is a request to continue the item to the March 16th, 23 Planning Commission meeting at 1:30 in Newport Richey.
All right, is the applicant present? Anyone here to object?
I'll move to continue item PC5, and then the question is, are we really going to do this on the 16th? This thing's been continued and continued and continued.
I can have the project planner speak to that, but my understanding is that there is a requirement or a request for an economic analysis being done.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Let's move on this, Barbara, before you do want to come up and say something.
Well, yeah, I mean, she might want to speak to the continuance. She's the applicant, I think.
Oh, I think she said she was okay with it.
Well, I'm not okay with the statement, what has to be done before the 16th, because we're noticing it today. Barbara Will Height, 6327 Grand Boulevard, Newport Richey, for the applicant. I have been assured, I've talked to David, I've talked to Terry, I've talked to anybody who would talk to me about this as to why it keeps being continued. I've been assured that it's not going to be continued again, that all the information that needs to be, the planning director has provided the information to the county attorney's office that needs to be provided. It's just a matter of making sure the format fits the needs and that we're okay. But there's not any additional information that's going to be done between now and the 16th. And so I don't want that on the record, and I don't want to come up here and have a continuance on the 16th because I didn't do something. But if staff has anything to say, anyone, about whether I'm ready for the 16th, there's anything else that I need to do or anybody else needs to do, speak now, or we want to move forward to the 16th. Thank you.
All right. So is there anybody on high that needs to say something? I hear nothing, so.
Well,
Okay.
I don't have a question about Barbara's question. My only question is, since it has been continued so many times, is it being renoticed?
The applicant is stating that it will be renoticed.
Okay.
Yes, the signs are being reposted today and the mailings are going out today.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign? Okay,
Following item is PC 6, that's PDD 230132. This is a large-scale comprehensive plan amendment, CPAL 2202, 4G Ranch PD. And this is a, first off, I'd like to state on the record that there is an ex parte communication with John Moody that has been submitted to the clerk's office. This is a request to continue the item to the 3/16/23 Planning LPA meeting at 1:30 in Newport Richey.
all right, is the applicant present? Does the applicant object? Is anyone else here to object? All right, do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second?
A motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Like sign for nay.
Okay, now we're moving on to item PC 7, that's PDD 230056. It's a development agreement in the name of Wildcat Groves, Inc., Janet Elizabeth LaRue and Cynthia D. Bales. This is a request to continue the item to a date uncertain.
Okay. Is the applicant present? Anyone here to object? If not, I'll hear a motion.
Motion to continue.
Second?
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign? Okay.
PC 8 is PDD 237622. This is a zoning amendment in the name of JSN Clinton MPUD, Master Plan Unit Development. JSN Clinton LLC. This is a rezoning request from AR Agricultural Residential, AR1 Agricultural Residential, C2 General Commercial, and MPUD Master Plan Unit Development Districts to an MPUD Master Plan Unit Development District to allow for a maximum of 190 single-family attached / townhome dwelling units and associated infrastructure on approximately 27.36 acres. There's an ex parte for this item from Jamie Girardi and John Moody. This comes to you with a recommendation of approval with conditions as included in your agenda packet.
All right. Is the applicant present? This is consent.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to have that one pulled. I got a question on
You like to have a pull?
it. Yeah. BC 8.
Okay, so we're going to pull PC 8. Okay.
Following item is PC 9, PDD 237643. It's a zoning amendment in the name of Connerton Village 1 MPUD. It's for a substantial modification for Connerton Village 1 MPUD to the name under the name of DR Ready Commerce LLC. It's a substantial modification to the Connerton Village 1 MPUD to allow for an addition of 56 multifamily units and 10,000 square feet of retail office that will be done as a mixed-use vertically integrated project. This comes also with two variation requests, one from 901.5 neighborhood parks and one from 805.6 restrictions on post-development wetlands. This comes to you with a recommendation of approval with conditions as included in your agenda packet.
Okay, so this is on consent, and is the applicant present? Anyone here to object? I see no objections.
Item PC 10 is going to be pulled. We do have some folks in opposition here.
PC 10, okay.
So we're going to move on to PC 11. It's a development agreement, PDD 230237, in the name of Boger Ranch Villages of Pasadena Hills, Boger Ranch LLC. It's a development agreement for the Boger Ranch Master Plan Unit Development District to design, permit, and construct roadway improvements in exchange for transportation and development fee credits. Comes to you with a recommendation of approval for you to recommend approval to the BCC on this matter.
Okay.
And you're sitting as the LPA on this item.
Is the applicant present? Anyone here to object? Okay.
Following item is PC 12, PDD 230101. There is a correction into the record. The map was incorrect on this item. It has been provided to the clerk's office for a correction to the record. This is a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment, CPAS 2226, Mitchell Wesley Chapel Boulevard. It provides for a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment to the future land use map 2-15 and sheet 21, changing from Res 3 residential 3 dwelling units per gross acre to COM commercial on approximately 3.95 acres located on the east side of Wesley Chapel Boulevard. You're sitting as the LPA on this matter, and we're asking you to find it consistent with the comprehensive plan and recommend approval to the Board of County Commissioners.
I'm asking for that to be pulled.
Pulled?
That's 12, okay.
Okay, so PC 12 is pulled. Following item is PC 13. It's PDD 230123. It's a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment. CPAS 2225, Mitchell Clinton Avenue. It provides for a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment to the future land use map 2-15 and sheet 15, changing it from Res 6 residential 6 dwelling units per gross acre to COM commercial on approximately 2.18 acres located at the intersection of Clinton Avenue and Circle B Road. We're asking you to find this item consistent with the comprehensive plan and recommend approval to the Board of County Commissioners.
All right. Thank you. Is the applicant present? Anyone here to object? Okay.
And then we're going to move on to the addendum. Should have done this with the continuance items.
Is that the last continuance?
The last item is APC 17.
I'm sorry, is that the last consent item we just read?
That's the last consent item, but this item here is a consent item, but it's going to be a continuance item.
Well, why don't
So
we let, since it's not going to be on the consent agenda,
It is on the consent agenda. It's the addendum consent agenda.
but I think they're going to have to take action on it separately from the consent
Okay.
agenda because you want to continue it, right?
Yes.
Then I think you should go ahead and take action on what's left on the consent agenda, which is,
Yeah.
well, no, I think it's 9,
P9.
9, 11, 13.
9, 11, and 13.
Right, so do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve PC 9, PC 11, and PC 13, the consent agenda.
Second.
So we have a motion to approve the modified consent agenda. And we have a second. Any further discussion on the motion?
Wasn't 7 on
I'm sorry, give us your Clark.
Sorry,
Give me.
I'm sorry. 8. Okay. I mean, I'm sorry.
Find that man.
He's trying to pull his own item.
That's right.
Less hours.
Anyway, back to what we were doing. So we want to have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign? Okay.
All right. And now we're going to move on to the addendum, APC 17, PDD 230124, small scale comprehensive plan amendment, CPAS 2228, New River Hauk. This item came to you with a request to approve, however, it was not noticed. So the request is to continue the item to the April 6, 23 local planning agency at 1:30 p.m. in Dade City.
Okay. Anyone
Denise,
here?
if we just be clear about that, because board records announced the proof of publication, that was for
There's a
the,
proof of publication, but it wasn't posted and noticed to the adjacent, the property
Okay,
owners
so there
within
was a newspaper
500
notice.
feet. The
It just-
the
there wasn't-
newspaper, what notice was done.
okay, all right. Just didn't want you calling the clerk a liar.
I apologize. No, no. I would never do that.
Okay.
Not in front of everybody. Okay, so is there anybody else here to speak on this item? If not, I hear a motion to
Move to
continue.
continue item A, PC 17, to 4-6 in Dade City.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign? Okay.
All right, and if I'm following this correctly, we're now going to move on to item PC 8, which was pulled.
PC8, yeah. Okay.
Tammy Snyder, Planning and Development. Did you want the whole presentation, Richard?
No.
Okay. You
I'll
just had a question?
Yeah. This is on Fort King Road, and we have a high school about a mile and a half up to the north of that. So I just want to, can you give me some information on how the sidewalks and along Fort King Road, how's that's going to work? Because these students will probably be walking because they're not within the busing
They
area.
will be required to follow the code, so they will be required to install sidewalk along Fort King Road.
Okay, on their portion of the property.
Correct.
Okay. Well, 4 foot wide?
Pardon?
Is it 4 feet wide?
5 feet.
5 feet?
5 feet wide.
Okay. There was also something, let me go to the agenda. On the finding of facts number 3, can you just sort of explain that on the map?
I don't have it in front of me, I apologize.
Okay.
What is finding of fact number 3?
It talks about all the trails and stuff like that. It's on page
It says
40.
there's a funded trail on the south side of Clinton, on the west side of Fort King.
Right.
Conceptual trail on the south side of Clinton to the south.
Basically, what this is saying is there are no trails within this property.
Okay.
There are conceptual plan and funded trails in the vicinity, but this property will not be responsible for any of those because they're not abutting this road.
Okay. I just want to make sure that the schools to the north, so Fort King would be a good idea to have that.
Right.
Keep that in mind.
There is one on the west side of Fort King Road proposed.
Okay. And I did see some sidewalks up there too, a little bit to the north. So.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
That's it?
So,
Yep.
Mr. Tennell, I just want to make sure Tammy's answer is clear. The developer's only going to put sidewalks to along the boundaries of their project. You talked about the school being fairly far north. That means either the county or the school district would have to fund whatever the missing gap is. Just want to make sure you understood that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, they're going to be walking to the sidewalk where it ends, and then they'll be on the grass, basically.
Does the school district consider that a safe route? There's no sidewalk? Or?
I would have to defer to our traffic safety committee and see what they say, but I can bring that up at the next meeting, because it will, will be an
So
issue.
this is within 2 miles of the school, and that's why they have to walk?
I looked, it's about 1.5 miles away.
So if I understand correctly, this development's gonna put a sidewalk on the east side of Fort King Road. And the discussion there about the trail is on the west side of Fort King Road. Wouldn't it make sense to make them at least get to a crosswalk? To be able to get to the trail that goes all the way to the school?
Yeah, that would make sense. And they're not going to walk down to the corner to go back north. If, the crosswalks at Clinton and Fort King,
I mean,
students aren't going to walk south and then turn around and go north, so then it would make sense to put a sidewalk or a crosswalk somewhere up there along the project.
yeah,
But I also want to be clear, I don't know that the county has any immediate plans to put the trail on Fort King Road. The agenda memo says it's a conceptual trail.
Conceptual.
That leads me to believe it's a long ways away.
Right. And that was the one reason why I pulled it, because I want to make sure that we know, everyone knows that there's going to be a gap there where the kids are going to not be walking on the sidewalk. Now, how many students that is, we'll see, and it'll be the high school, won't be the middle school, won't be the elementary school. So some of them might drive, but there's a possibility that some will walk.
So you're saying for elementary and middle, they would be bused?
Most likely, and they wouldn't be walking to, they'd be definitely, because I'm thinking Pasco Middle and Pasco High, and they're more than, Pasco Middle and Pasco High is further north.
Okay, so middle and high, they would be bused.
High school, they would not be bused. Elementary and middle, they would.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So the majority of the schools, but, maybe 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th would have to walk, or parents would drive them, or they would drive themselves.
So do you have any other remedies to suggest for that?
What is the distance between their northern boundary of this project and the school site? Does anybody know?
Like you said, about 1.5 miles.
I'd have to, I was just going on the county website, it's about 1.5 miles. I can look real quick.
I mean, I don't have an immediate solution. I mean,
Yeah.
unless the developer's willing to build it for credits, it's ultimately going to require funding by the county or school district or through, some safe routes to schools funding or other county or school district funding source. But this is why I asked Mr. Tennell whether you can have a safe route without a sidewalk. Because my understanding is that ideally you have a sidewalk on all routes to schools I think the school district does take the position that some areas can be a safe route even without a sidewalk.
That's correct. I don't know what that criteria is,
It
but I
just
can
kind
find
of depends
out.
on how the lay of the land and that.
Yep,
I mean, you could have some grass shoulders that are perfectly safe to walk on, but I don't
Exactly.
know what this one looks like.
yeah. Because walking in the grass is not unsafe, but as long as you've got the shoulder width that can safely
Well,
walk to school.
right now, they have the same problem when there's no development there.
Pardon?
If there's no development there, you still got the same problem.
Yes, except, well, you look at the houses that are there on the west side, they would have that problem. But if it's an issue and we don't at least mention it, then I don't think we're doing the right thing.
Any recommendations?
Well, I will tell you that the county has been struggling with this issue generally because it wasn't, the county's concern is that we were not the ones that took the position that they weren't gonna bus people less than 2 miles. The school district did that unilaterally without really consulting the county. And so now we're stuck trying to figure out how to deal with the issue, and MPO has raised concerns about that. I think it's gonna require some level of cooperation between the school district and the county to get these school routes funded and made safe. I don't know if there's an immediate solution. Like I said, unless the developer is willing to build it for credits, and we can ask Barbara just to see what the answer is, there is no immediate solution I can think of. It's ultimately gonna require the county or school district to fund this sidewalk.
Okay.
Good afternoon again. Barbara Wilhite, 6327 Grand Boulevard, Newport Richey for the applicant. Got about 190 homes here. I could do the math of the bike ped portion of the mobility fee, and it's not going to be enough to do that improvement. Plus, but we will pay our mobility fee. Well, your solution for developers is the mobility fee, and there's a portion of that for bike ped, there's a portion for transit, there's a portion for roads. But what I would say is that from a perspective of the school board versus the county and working this out, is that you need to prioritize where you want those sidewalks based upon, is it safe now? And so, one, our project couldn't afford to do it, but you also need to go through that process to prioritize where you want these and where you want them and
In my understanding, there is a committee of county staff and school board staff that does meet, that includes some of our MPO staff as well, that does exactly what Barbara said, which is they try to prioritize which are the routes that need to be improved quickest, but it's ultimately a money issue.
Yep.
You pick the ones that are most dangerous and you fund those first, basically.
But you figure out, like even said here, it's the high school and who's actually driving versus walking, and I mean, you wouldn't want to throw all your money where nobody's actually walking, so. But I understand the issue, I appreciate the issue, and we'll pay our portion of that bike ped, and thank you.
Thank you, Barbara.
This would go to the board after this, correct?
Yes, it goes to the board.
Okay, so I mean, I could find out with the safe schools and then just kind of go from there.
Yeah, I mean, since you raised the issue, it might be helpful if you could email your findings to Tammy, so that she can put a finding in her agenda memo about whether it's a safe route in the absence of sidewalks.
I'll do that.
Okay. All right, is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this? Come forward, please. We get your name and address, sir, and if you've been sworn.
Okay, my name's Ken Woodard. I live at 37250 High Ridge Drive, Dade City. My property, I live immediately adjoining the eastern boundary of the property that y'all are talking about. I have that 5 acre piece that is immediately adjoining it. And I was speaking to the Dade City Mayor.
And you've been sworn?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
Okay, whatever I need to do. I was talking to the mayor of Dade City, and there's no septic out through that way. The closest one is like 3/4 of a mile away, and he said that he didn't believe that it was large enough to take 190 apartments, units. And so I don't know what is your area of consideration with this, but that's a problem, as well as the fact that adjoining this property, there's a big difference between what they're proposing and the subdivision that I'm part of, in that these houses in this subdivision, 2 of them sold for $800,000, and you're putting in these apartments right next door to us. And we haven't got any information whether they're 2-story and 1-story, or any information about whether there's going to be a wall of division between their complex and our subdivision. And there's a lot of concerns from those neighbors immediately adjoining.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to add? Any questions from up here? If not, and if there's no one else, Barbara, would you like to come up and...
Well, I guess maybe this question's for Leanne, but I noticed on the master plan, it says right here that central water and wastewater will be permitted by Dade City. It will be provided by Dade City. So if that's not the case and there's not capacity, I don't know, is that a true statement?
Are you closing public comment and
Yes.
rebuttal?
I don't see anybody else that wants to speak on it.
So we checked with, obviously before we started this project, we checked with the city of Dade City, and they have advised that they will serve and they have capacity to serve.
Okay. Very good.
We're not doing apartments. I spoke with this gentleman the other day, and I told him that we're not doing apartments, we're doing townhomes, fee simple townhomes, but he still wants to tell you that we're going to do apartments. Offered to have him talk to my client, and still, that offer is still good. My client did call, didn't get a return call back. But between now and the board, we'll be happy to work with this neighbor and share information, as I shared with him the other day. And I have my team available if you have any other questions.
So is there a buffer required along the east boundary of this MPUD and his west boundary?
I'm going to have Cindy, do you want to? The requirement's 10 feet.
Is that a A?
They're asking you what
Buffer
category
type.
of buffer under the code.
Is it a type A?
No? Yeah. We'd have to check the code. The code sets forth what you do between the land uses. Do you want me to look it up? Denise, are you looking it up? Anybody looking it up? I can grab my phone.
Phone a friend?
Phone a friend, yeah.
While they're looking it up, can I ask Barbara a question?
Sure.
Barbara, do you know how close the closest county utilities are? I'm just wondering, in abundance of caution, if for some reason Dade City couldn't serve the project. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's type A, to answer your question. And I do not have the utility answers, other than knowing that the city confirmed. But do you know, Cindy?
Cindy Terrapini, 128 East Tarpon Avenue. I represent the developer in VR. To answer your question, Commissioners, the engineer Coastal has spoken to the city of Dade City and has been assured that there is capacity to serve the project. With regard to the buffer, it's residential to residential. So again, those are the exact same use. The fact that they are different lot sizes you know. Well, I thought I answered the question about the utilities. It is available. We've been confirmed through the engineer, Coastal Engineering, who's the engineer, said that they are available. And again, the setback, the buffer is a 10-foot setback. It's called out on the MPD plan, and it's what's required by code.
Thank you, Cindy.
Well, it doesn't really answer my question, though. Do you know where the closest county utilities are?
I'm sorry, I do not know where the connection would be.
We do not have a project engineer here to be able to answer that. I'm sorry.
Well, the only reason I bring it up is that for some reason Dade City was unwilling to serve. I assume Pasco County would serve, they would just make you bring the lines from wherever the closest connection point is.
That would be the normal course.
So I'm just wondering if the note could be changed to say, well, provided by Dade City or Pasco County, and that solves the problem. I mean, either way, you're gonna get central water and sewer.
That's correct.
It's just a matter of cost. So
That's correct.
would you have any objection if it just said by Dade City and or Pasco County?
It's fine.
Okay, anything else?
I just wanna make sure we're not on well and septic, basically. That's my only concern, because I don't think staff would have approved this level of density on well and septic.
Understood. Acknowledge for the
Try and
record.
consider a B buffer between your project and the gentleman who spoke.
Well, what I'd like to do is, if the gentleman will call us, we can discuss what's the buffer there, instead of just doing it here. And then we can bring forth anything that's discussed in the MPD before the board. I think that'd be just better neighbor to neighbor to have that conversation, if that's okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Hearing a motion.
Motion to approve?
Is that with the change to the note to the site plan to add?
Yes, sir.
Or
With
Pasco
David's.
Or Pasco County?
Yes, with David's suggested note.
All right. Do we have a motion to approve with the modification of the wording?
I'll make the second.
And we have a second. Any further discussion of the motion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Okay. Next.
Liam Devine, Planning Development. This is for item PC10. Before we begin, I have some housekeeping items that I need to take care of. I've received ex partes from Commissioner Starkey, Commissioner Waitman, Planning Commission member Jamie Girardi, and Planning Commission member John Moody. Also, there was an update to one of your finding of facts in your agenda packet, which has been submitted to the clerk's office and provided to each of one of you. And I'm going to read that change into record here. So this is regarding finding of facts number 13. R1 rural density residential district and R2 low residential density, R2 low density residential district would produce more trips than the proposed rezoning to MF1 multifamily medium density district, with a deed restriction limiting the maximum dwellings to 162. The Institute of Transportation Engineers, ITE, trip generation manual calculation shows a decrease of 63 trips. It should say trip generation manual calculation show a decrease of 57 peak hour trips. So that was the change to that finding of fact. I've also received a letter of opposition, which I provided to each one of you on your dais and to the clerk's office. And I would request if you make a motion to receive and file the updated agenda memo and letter of opposition.
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed, like
Okay. Item PC10, PDD 23-76889. It is in the name of Martha Joanne Wood Hinman. It is a zoning amendment from R2 Rural Density Residential District and R2 Low Density Residential District to MF1 Multifamily Medium Density District. The subject site is located on the north side of Caroline Drive, west of Bradford Drive? Bridleford Drive, thank you. The aerial view for the subject site. It's not working. There we go. The surrounding area, I would like to note there are vision roads just outside of the 1,000-foot marker that's shown on this map. There is Vision Road H that runs from 54 north and Wells Road Extension just a little bit north of here. The surrounding future land use to the north is Res 3, to the east is Res 6, to the south is Res 6, and to the west is Res 6. The surrounding zoning. It's To the north, east, and west is all AR, and to the south is R1. The subject site contains a barn and tree farm on approximately 40.2 acres. The applicant proposes to develop the property with 162 townhomes in conformance with the MF1 multifamily medium density district standards for development. The applicant has provided a voluntary deed restriction as provided in your agenda packet. Access to the property is from Caroline Road, a county-maintained local road with approximately 60 feet of right-of-way, and the subject site has a future land use classification of Res 6 and is also located in the urban service area. And this is coming with a recommendation for approval from Planning and Development Department. I'm here if you have any questions.
Okay, any questions? All right. Is the applicant present? You look very similar to the last one.
I have a I'll do my name and address. Barbara Wilhite, 6327 Grand Boulevard.
Waiting for the magic wand.
And I did ask for this was on the consent agenda, so while we had a presentation ready, just in case, we had no reason to ask for additional time. But I have asked for additional time. Try to keep it within the 5 minutes, but I want to make sure you get the information that you need to hear the matter.
Thank you.
So, do you have any clicker, or do you want me to just say something? Okay, I'll just say scroll when I'm ready to scroll, or? Okay.
We're trying to get it fixed.
Okay. If you don't mind, let them fix it. It makes the presentation a little smoother.
Sure,
but
that's
if
fine.
Not, if they can't, we can certainly go in a different direction. Okay. So this is a bigger picture. I know sometimes the staff aerials are a little small, so I wanted to give you a little bigger picture of where we're at.
Mm-hmm.
Not that this totally shows you all the detail, and we'll get closer up on the details here, but the general project location oriented to the interstate is a State Road 54. Project summary, we are talking about townhomes here. We have 40.2 acres total. Our net density is going to be 5.4 units per acre, and that's 4 units per gross acre, which for our townhome projects on the lower end. And when I show you the site plan, you really see that. It'll jump out to you. I think you'll see that this is a lower density townhome project. Our deed restrictions for 162 townhomes maximum and no apartments. You can see under the comp plan, this is Res 6. The comp plan density would allow for 194 units, and we're proposing 162. So I want to talk about this slide. As you can see from your finding of fact number 6, that May 13th, 2008, this piece of property was before the board, and the board approved R1 and R2. We're coming to you today to change it from single-family detached to townhomes. So the question would naturally come up, what's different? So I want to tell you what's different. On March 13th, 2008, 20 days before that BOCC meeting, your first ULI came in. That first ULI was April 20th through April 25th, 2008. Things changed as a result of that 2008 ULI panel and their recommendations. You put in place market areas. You put in place an urban concentration area. So not only does this property have a Res 6 land use, saying that this is appropriate for 6 units per acre, and that's the vision for this area, but it also is in your urban concentration area, your south market area, and there's policies that go with that that direct this kind of density in this location. And as you can see, it's well within the urban service area, or also called the urban concentration area. The other thing that's significant when you see this slide is vision roads. 2008, David will probably know the date that vision roads really, that they put that into play, but vision roads are something that the county has spent a lot of time in studying the build-out and where build-out is going to occur. They did a build-out model, I understand, to create the vision roads, create their corridor preservation ordinance. 2 significant roads in this area, vision roads. This is a bigger picture of your vision road. This is Bruce B. Downs Extension. As you can see, the north-south, that comes all the way from Bruce B. Downs through Wiregrass, up through Saddlebrook, the corner of Saddlebrook, north, and goes north up to Overpass, Boyette Road, Overpass in that direction. Major north-south road planned, as well as Wells Road Extension. These projects here on the right that you see are Chapel Crossings and Depew Ranch, as well as Watergrass. And you can also see how the growth is filling in. So this area is planned, urban concentration area. This was after the 2008 board action. There's been a lot of planning done and a lot of visioning as to what the county is going to be. And this sits right squarely within that plan. Our project will have townhome density, and then to the south, you'll hear the single-family folks that are here, and to our east. But what's visioned is, and Terry could probably speak to this even more, is that what will happen is because of these major roads, there'll be higher density and intensities as you approach that intersection will be what the planning is there. There's quite a bit of acreage around our project to the north and to the west. So I think that's ultimately sets, how do we fit into the bigger picture? This is just a slide that shows, we always hear, I've heard it for years and years and years and years, townhomes versus single-family homes, and we have townhomes. They're attached product. They're still homes. They're just attached versus detached. And I think there's actually benefits, and I'll go through that when I show you the site plan. There's benefits to townhomes that some single-family communities don't have. This is the site plan. A couple things noteworthy here. You're going to hear a lot about, I think, about Caroline Drive. Caroline Drive comes from State Road 54 north to this project, and right now it dead ends right at this project, right at this property. So 60-foot right-of-way, platted, county maintained, and then this project, so it was obviously the county knew that there was going to be development and made those roads continue all the way to the property line so that that street pattern could be continued and connected for this development. The other thing you'll see if you look at this site plan is that along the eastern boundary, there's additional, we've pulled that back. There are single-family homes, you can see them. There are single-family homes and then a road and then our product, our townhomes. The distance between the closest home that you'll see over there and our closest home, our townhome, is about 153 feet, half a football field. So that's our, always very conscious of what we do in our adjacencies here. On the south east side, where we have some homes there, we've purposely located ponds there. You see a lot of ponds on here because of the density. We have property. So we're able to, cluster those townhomes and create a very nice living environment. Right now, under the current zoning, these homes, the homes that are zoned, can be 25 feet from the property line and a pool within 5 feet of the property line. All these units will be pulled back from the property line, and how you see there. There's actually, the other thing that's interesting about this site plan is the extra parking. If I knew how to highlight any of that on this, I would do that, but there is extra parking built into this plan, guest parking, separate and aside from driveways.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question? Yes. Barbara, what is on the southwest corner of what you're showing here? Is that a roadway connection to something other than Caroline Drive? What is that?
That is emergency access. Because we're over 100 units, we have to have an emergency access, and so that's the conceptual
emergency
location.
Access to what?
There's a road. There's a road, Tupper Road.
So that's an emergency access to Tupper?
Yes. Yes. I mean, again, it's the conceptual location of emergency access.
I think, Liam, when this goes to the board, I think you need to state that in your, because it only talks about access to Caroline. You probably need to say there's an emergency connection to Tupper Road, because that's not obvious from the agenda memo.
That's fine. It'll be gated and only used for emergencies. None of our traffic can use it. One thing that I think is interesting over the zoning, talking about what's zoned now versus what we're proposing, actually a significant decrease in the trip generation between the single-family homes versus the attached townhomes. The trip generation in the PM peak hour is 37% decrease, and the AM peak hour is a 28% decrease. So over what's approved today, the maximum that's approved today, that's the difference between. And with that, I'm going to sit down, let you hear for public comment, and we
Can
have
I
a
ask
team here.
One more question.
Sure.
So Barbara, could you address Caroline Drive? The memo says it's substandard, but I can't tell, is it paved, but?
It is paved,
What is
yeah.
the substandard condition on Caroline Drive?
And I've got Steve Henry here, but let me try to, it is, the substandard condition is the pavement condition. It's a 60-foot right-of-way, platted, county maintained. It's the pavement condition. And that's why there's a finding of fact that requires us to make a proportionate share payment to that.
Okay.
But it's pavement quality.
All right.
Could we get Mr. Henry just to come up, since
Sure.
I suspect somebody's gonna argue this? I want him to get very specific on what the
Steve Henry,
pavement
Links
problem
and
is on
Associates,
Caroline.
5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607. So we have conducted a substandard road assessment of the roadway. It, generally speaking, is about 22 to 24 feet wide. Really, the primary deficiency is the pavement. And if you look at it, and I certainly have pictures if you'd like to see those, but the pavement section is deteriorating. There are potholes on the roadway, but essentially that's the deficiency in the roadway. And the developer is willing to, has agreed not only to portion his share, but actually to go ahead and pave the road as a part of this project.
Okay, well then that's an important statement that you just made.
Correct.
So
yes, it is.
I don't want to just gloss over that because that's very different than what the finding says.
Absolutely, correct. That is a new thing that has come about just recently, but he is committing to pave the road.
So if that's an actual offer by the developer, I think it probably needs to be in the deed restriction. So, because that's very different than what the memo says.
We can add that to the deed restriction, and you can include that hopefully in a motion.
Okay.
Favorable motion at some point.
So you would, so just so we're clear, the developer's opting to pave it to county standards from their entrance to 54?
That's correct.
Okay. And that would be before you get your first, what? Building permit, CO, where we're
Yeah,
doing?
first,
Final inspection?
Final building inspection.
Okay.
Yeah. Not allowed to say CO, but yes.
Steve, what's the,
We'll work on that language with you
what's
and
the speed limit
staff.
on the road out there?
65, I think.
I honestly, I don't, I would think it's around 30, but I honestly don't recall seeing a speed limit sign on the road.
Okay.
I'll look and see if I can see one on it, but I don't recall seeing one. I'm sure there is one, but I don't recall.
All right. Anybody else? Barbara, from your side? Okay. All right, so is anybody in the audience who'd like to ask questions or speak?
We do have some folks that have signed up to speak. I can call them. Beverly Leonard is the first person.
Okay. Beverly Leonard.
Then after Beverly, we have Jim Labrato.
Okay. All right, you're Beverly Leonard.
My main concern is the fact that
Excuse me,
you keep
ma'am, I'm sorry.
building,
Miss?
building, and building.
Ma'am?
And there are,
Hold on a minute. Before you start, I just need to get your name on the recording, so for her purposes.
okay.
And your address, and you've been sworn in. Have you been sworn?
right,
Okay. So if you just give us your name and address, and then you can go.
Beverly Leonard, and I'm at 5900 Carina Trace.
Thank you very much. Okay.
So my main concern about all this is the fact that as of today, I found out there's 3 elementary schools you can't even get into right in our area. So you keep building all these apartments, but there's no place for the kids to go to school unless you're going to expand the schools. On top of that, you're just adding more and more traffic onto 54 that all of us have to deal with as we pull out. And the other thing is, I don't know whether you realize or not, but people from Brookside have to come across and do a U-turn to go back westbound. So you add all these people that are coming into these condos, 163 units, that's a lot more traffic added on to Caroline Drive out to 54. So that's my main complaint, is the fact that these schools are getting packed. So, I mean, I take a child to school, to middle school, and he can't even get into Cypress High School because it's already frozen. And, you know, it just can't keep happening on Groovesby Downs. My gosh, you're building more next to the Wells Fargo Bank. It's just not right to the kids because they deserve a good education.
So Richard, do you want to speak to that?
I was just looking up the boundary. I was looking also up the 162 dwelling units, which generate about 13 elementary schools, 6 middle schools, and 8 high schoolers. And I believe that would be, I'll have to check the zoning, school zoning, but it looks like to me it would be Wesley Chapel High School, Waitman Middle School, and probably Wesley Chapel Elementary.
And those 3 schools, I believe, are all full.
I'd have to double check that, but as far as the Cypress Creek, that's a school choice thing, and if the school's at 90% or more, then it's frozen, so.
But even so, that's frozen too because of all the development out there.
We freeze the schools at 90% of capacity, so it may or may not be over capacity. But that's in a school choice where if you don't live in the school boundary, you have to try to choose in. As far as the boundaries, we've got, thinking of the road, Curly Road, there's a Kirkland Ranch Academy of Innovation. We're building a K-8 there, and that's going to open in 2024. So we know that development's coming in. This is a small development, not generating a lot of kids.
No, but it just adds on to all the other ones that are already.
Yes, yeah. We do have schools in the area. We are building new schools in the area, so that would help with their relief.
Would help, yep.
Mr. Tonella represents the school board, so he'd be the person that would know how it would affect schools. And we appreciate your concern, though. Thank you for coming up. Who's next?
Jim Labrato. Jim Labrato is next.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Jim Labrato, 5949 Caroline Drive in Wesley Chapel. Several concerns. Just getting on and off of Route 54. Currently, when you try to get onto my street, Caroline Drive, it's problematic right now today. To get off of Caroline Drive onto 54, it's problematic today. So that's my concern there. At some point in time, there's going to be an addition to the left turn lane going on to Caroline Drive. Whose expense will that be, the taxpayer or the developer? Caroline Drive, this development's going to have to be connected to a public sanitary sewer system. How will that be routed? And whose cost will it be, paying for that? Will it be the taxpayers or the developer? The road they just spoke to, they just spoke to that they're going to assume the cost of repaving Caroline Drive. My next question are curbs and sidewalks. Will the developer also be putting those in to county codes? The last thing is this development not fitting in with the neighborhood. Citrus Trace and Saddle Ridge are all homes on larger properties. By today's standards, they're substantial properties. I'm personally on 0.78 of an acre. Most of my neighbors around me are on larger lots. I believe the smallest one in Citrus Trace is a half acre. So I just don't see it fitting in with the neighborhood. The traffic count how do you multiply that out? There was a chart up and I didn't quite understand it. I see 162 townhouses going in, so you have to multiply that by something. How many cars per day are going to go in front of my house? Is it 3, 4 times? If it's 4 times, it's 650 cars a day driving in front of me. And it just seems overdone. You know, it was zoned for, what was it, 6 houses per acre now. You know, that was perfect. There was a reason why it was zoned that in the beginning, and it should stay that way. This is the second time I've come before you guys to watch what's going on, and it's quite impressive what you guys have to do, and probably a thankless job, but thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any questions for me?
I just wanted to point out, I think you said the property was owned for 6 units per acre. I think the proposal is actually to reduce the density from that, what was allowed. I think she said it was 4 units per gross acre and 5-point-something units per net acre, so that's like a reduction.
I agree with what you're saying. You're correct. I think the quality of the residence, if it were single-family homes, you know, it's a single-family home community on bigger lots. If they were, you know, homes, not townhomes. Just the quality of the neighborhood.
What would make you think that there's a lesser quality in an attached product versus a detached product?
Just experience in life. When you go out and look around, you know, after 68 years, I've seen a lot of things.
I understand.
Again, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. And I can't believe you're 68. You look much better. All right. Who's next, Denise?
Next person is Mike Seaton.
I don't even know if I want to show you these pictures or not, but because a lot of this has already been gone over. But I would like for you to take a look at what Caroline.
If you'd like to share them, we'd be happy to receive and file them if you want to.
Well,
I'll pass them around.
I would like to show them.
Okay, do we have the apparatus working there that you can show them?
What he's going to show you is what the situation is with Caroline Drive today.
Okay, before you start though, we need your name and address.
I'm sorry. Mike Seaton. And I live at 6428 Bridleford Drive, Wesley Chapel.
Okay, and you've been sworn.
I'm sorry.
There you go.
I am sworn, yes.
Yeah, thank you for changing that view. Getting a little seasick. Thank you. All right. All right, you can begin whenever you want.
These streets have been like this and getting worse since 2008. When the last time this
is this Caroline Drive?
Caroline Drive, yes. Since the last time that this area was slated to be developed. It hasn't done anything but gotten worse, as you can see in these pictures. It's nothing more than one big pothole. They come out like maybe every, I don't know, 2 or 3 months, they slap on some what they call a cold patch, and 2 weeks later the stuff's peeling off. So yeah, it would be good to have a situation where we got this repaved, and hopefully the asphalt on that street is about that thick. Because when those things start peeling up, you see the thickness of the asphalt, and then you see nothing but that white rock below it. So we don't have a sufficient surface there. Now,
well, they have. You know, when they pave that, it's going to have to be done to county standards, like a regular county road.
Oh, I understand.
Okay, so it'll be done properly.
Right, and I understand that the residents are going to pick up the tab on it.
No, the developer.
The developer? No, I'm talking about and I may stand corrected here, but my understanding is the residents will pay for the portion of the property that's in front of their house to maintain it going forward.
Sir, if this is a county road, if this is a county maintained road, the county will maintain it. What the applicant has offered to do is repave it to county standards, but it would still be county maintenance when they're done.
But you won't pay her, you're not gonna pay her to
You may be
repave.
thinking of our pavement assessment program, and I don't know if your neighbors ever petitioned the county to pave this road. Did you?
I don't live on the road. I actually live in Saddle Ridge Saddle Ridge Estates.
Maybe someone of your neighbors knows whether you all ever petitioned to have this county pave this road.
That's okay, we can't take them to
It's okay, but.
we can't listen to this.
Okay, the statement would be true if the neighbors had petitioned the county to pave the road, they would be paying for a portion of that paving cost.
Right.
But that didn't happen, obviously, because it's of the condition that it's in. But the applicants offered to pave it to county standards, which actually effectively saves the residents money from having to pave it themselves.
Okay.
But the maintenance will always be, it's county maintenance now, it'll be county maintenance when they're done paving it.
So it won't cost you anything. So
Other than the general taxes that everybody pays, but I mean, there's not gonna be any special assessment on the neighbors for this road if the applicant is paying for it.
Okay, okay. Well, that's probably an aside.
That's why I exclaimed when Steve Henry said that. I said, that's an important statement for you to make, that you're paving the road, because that's actually saving the residents the cost of having to help pave it.
Right. I mean, I'm assuming that what's happening to the road right now is just simply a patchwork job that the county is doing
That's an
temporarily.
accurate statement that the county will come fill potholes and do the bare maintenance that's required. A resurfacing under current county procedures would require a paving assessment.
Right.
And that's usually the neighbors help pay for.
Okay. Now, to talk about traffic on that road. You have Citrus Trace 2 and 3, Saddle Ridge Estates, and the gentleman that was just up here was pretty close. He said there was about 650 vehicles. I say that's an understatement. I think it's underrepresented completely, and I can say that about Saddle Ridge Estates because I'm very familiar with the traffic pattern going and coming from Saddle Ridge Estates, and they have to use that road in order to get in and out, just like the folks in Citrus Trace. And I can say without a doubt that is way understated. Now, right now there's 102 lots in Citrus Trace. There's about 47 lots. So for the sake of argument, let's say there's 150 lots between Saddle Ridge and Citrus Trace. And we're talking about adding 162. We're more than doubling the traffic on that road. Because that's it. That's the only way that they're gonna come and go, as it stands today. So that's a real problem.
They'll speak to that when they come back up to explain it, so.
I'm sorry.
When they come back up to answer these questions, they'll explain your questions.
As far as that traffic?
As far as how they arrived at the traffic count.
Well,
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much. Any other
Would you mind if
questions?
we held your pictures for some discussion later?
Yeah, I would like to keep those on the record.
Well, see, you're willing to give them to the planning commission to keep?
Yes.
Okay.
I have copies of them.
Okay, do I have a motion then?
Move to receive and file.
Second.
Would you keep them with Mr.
All in favor?
Pepper?
Aye.
Hey, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next person is Jim Fernella.
He wants them back.
Good afternoon. My name is Jim Fernella, 6043 Wesley Brook Drive, Wesley Chapel, Florida. I'm the president of the Wesley Villages of Wesley Chapel Homeowners Association. At this time, we have the same concerns as a lot of the other people do in that infrastructure. The infrastructure is not there to support 162 condos in that area. If you'll look, that area is rural. It's surrounded by farms. Some of them are single-family lots that are huge. And they're single-family houses. True, 162 homes, you multiply that by a minimum 2 cars per house. That's a lot of cars going in and out. Our subdivision is on the west side of Tupper Road. Young ladies stated that Tupper Road is going to be used for emergency access only. I don't believe that, because that property has a gate up there at the end of Tupper Road where it makes a left to go west. That property is on the right-hand side. Eventually, they're going to want to use that Tupper Road. And eventually, that's going to affect us major in that, because on the west side of Tupper Road, up and down, Tupper Road's a dirt road. On the west side of it is some farms, and it's wetlands. And right there at the corner of Tupper Road in 54, that's a major wetland right there. Eventually, it's going to end up, you know, you're going to have traffic moving, you're going to have buildings going this way. Right now, it's farms. You go out there, and it's farms, ranches, horses. It doesn't fit. And for some reason, you know, they want to plop a big subdivision right there in the middle of a rural area. But it's the biggest thing is the infrastructure. And my colleagues that are here with me today, they also mentioned the possibility of bringing more crime into the area. Right now, we're kind of quiet. We cross our fingers every day that we're not going to have like the west side of Pasco County. And it's getting worse. And so basically that's what we're worried about, gentlemen. Infrastructure. The infrastructure's not there.
What crime are you concerned about moving into?
Well, it's moving, just like it's anywhere else. We got a lot of people moving into. You're going to have crime, a little bit of crime rise. Cars getting broken into. Right now, we're okay, but you never know. And right now, the sheriff's.
I guess what I'm asking is, are you insinuating that the residents of this neighborhood would be considered?
No, sir, I'm not. It's just the nature of building. You're going to have. And the sheriff's department's already thin now. So there's no insane, there's no crime. It's just the nature of it.
Can I ask a question?
Sure, absolutely.
What, when you throwing out the term infrastructure, but what do you mean by that other than Caroline Drive? What infrastructure are you saying that's lacking?
Tupper Road. Tupper Road leads up, comes off of 54, goes straight up into rural area, right up.
Yeah, the Planning Commission is very familiar with Tupper Road because we had an application come in on Tupper Road, so you don't need to educate them on the condition of Tupper Road, but the access they're proposing in Tupper Road is an emergency access. That means the only time it would ever be used is for emergency vehicles.
Well, sir, for now, but in the future, Tupper Road's a dirt road there, and you know how, things change.
So let me ask you the question in the reverse. If Tupper Road were paved to county standards, you wouldn't have an issue with that being a full access?
Yeah, we'd have full access. We did it years ago when they were going to build a hospital right there.
So your concern on Tupper Road is that it's dirt?
Dirt road.
If it was paved, you wouldn't have a concern about a connection?
Right. You'd still be concerned because of all the traffic. You're going to have traffic no matter whether you're on Caroline or in the future, Tupper Road. And, eventually, let me put it this way, eventually it's all going to be paved over. We're going to end up like Tampa, Orlando, Miami. That's what we don't want. This is rural. You got farms and cows and horses back there in back of us.
Sir, I wasn't trying to have you restate your arguments. I was asking you a very specific question about the infrastructure. So the concern on infrastructure was Tupper Road. That's your main concern?
Tupper Road is a rural road. It's a dirt road.
Okay.
It's only about 24, maybe 24 feet long. And then on the west side of Tupper Road, it's wetland and farms and woods.
Okay, you've answered my question. Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Okay, if not, thank you very much for your time. Denise?
Next person is Kathy Schramm. Kathy Schramm.
Hi, my name is Kathy Schramm. I'm a 34-year resident of 29328 Downey Place in Wesley Chapel, and I have been sworn.
Thank you.
I'm here today to present two petitions to you. One from the wonderful citizens of Citrus Trace. There are 127 signatures on this. The other from the wonderful citizens of Saddle Ridge Estates, and there are 81 signatures on this. I also would like to mention a couple things that they've talked about. You talk about the developer paving Caroline Drive. Well, when Saddle Ridge was being built, the developer, Charlie Badcock, back then promised to pave Caroline Drive to a type 2 standard, whatever that is. And as you can see in the photos, that was never done. We're really wary about promises from builders. We want it done, completed, everything, before a shovel has ever been turned for whatever development is there. I also want to remind you that Tupper Road, for the emergency access, is a private road on that corner. That person may or may not allow people on his property. And Tupper Road does flood. Buses choose not to go down Tupper Road anymore. They go back to Caroline Drive. And so if a bus can't go down, can an ambulance? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ma'am?
Do you want to turn those in?
Yes.
Okay, so if we have a motion, please.
So moved. Second.
And we have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, like sign?
Mr. Chair, just to be clear, because we discussed this in connection with a prior application, Tupper Road is not a private road. It's a county-maintained roadway, and it's owned by the county.
Right, we talked about that before.
There seems to be this misperception in the public that Tupper Road is, I think maybe because there's a gentleman that paid part of it on his own, but it is a county-maintained, county-owned roadway.
Right. That was established.
Next person is John Strasser.
I live at 5753 Caroline Drive, right at the corner. I've noticed a lot of extra traffic. We're going to have approximately from Citrus Trace 1 or Citrus Trace 2.
Let me just hold you at 1 second.
Pardon me?
You didn't state your name. Is it John Strasser?
John Strasser.
Yeah, we did. The reason is that we need to record it for the secretary over there. So because she has to type it up later, and if she can't hear you, she can't type it up. So appreciate it.
Shall I speak clearly now?
You were clear to me, but you may not be clear to the recording. Okay, good.
I live in Citrus Trace 2. Citrus Trace 3 is behind me, and we have several subdivisions back there. According to our calculations, it would be approximately a traffic pattern of about 800 extra cars coming down Caroline Drive. Right now, it's poorly maintained, poorly conditioned by the county, as you can see on some of the other photographs. With the addition of the additional people there, it's going to be quite a lot of traffic in there. We have no exits from Brookside's over there. They come over, do a turnaround on Caroline Drive, causes a lot of issues, a lot of traffic accidents in that area. Tupper Road, as you say, it's a county road, poorly maintained. It's a dirt road. Caroline Drive is poorly maintained. Right now we have water going up Caroline Drive to the back. There are no sewer lines in that area. Everybody's on well, except in the back they're on sewer, on water. In the front they're on well and some public. One of the extra ways to get into Caroline or into the subdivision would be through Cooper Road on the north side, if you had the map up. If that were to come in across on that road, they could access over to the exits on that road and get out of it rather than using Caroline Drive. So if that's an option, maybe that should be looked at on the north side and eliminate the traffic on Caroline. Any questions?
She just put the map up. I'm trying to see what road you're talking about. Pardon me?
I think it's Cooper Road that goes east-west.
Oh, okay.
So from looking at the map, it doesn't look like they own up to Cooper Road.
Pardon me?
It doesn't look like the applicant owns the property between the applicant's property and Cooper Road. We can ask the applicant.
The property is on the north side there. Cooper Road comes in on the north side of it, if possible.
Are you saying this property touches Cooper Road?
Where are we at? See where Cooper Road is? Comes across.
I see Cooper Road, but I don't see where the subject site touches it.
No, I don't think it touches it, but they can extend Cooper Road over into the subdivision there.
On somebody else's property?
Sure, why not? You guys take property all the time.
Well, just to be clear, the county's not going to condemn that person's property for a private development.
Well, they could access that, they could acquire that.
Okay, but if you're asking the county to condemn that person's property so they can build a connection to Cooper Road, that's not happening.
Well, how are they going to get into the sewer lines? They're going to come up Carolina?
We can ask the applicant to address how they're getting water and sewer, but.
Pardon me?
We can ask the applicant how they're intending to address water and sewer, but I don't want you to be under some perception that the county's going to condemn somebody's property so they can have a connection to Cooper Road.
The subdivision could buy it and then develop it. That way they have access to
That would be very difficult for us to condition them buying somebody's property that they don't own.
I mean, it's a possibility.
I guess anything's possible.
All right.
Thank
Anything
you.
else?
I don't know.
No, any questions? Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
The last person that I have signed up is Jessica Vitalo.
Good afternoon, Jessica Vitalo, 29329 Downey Place in Citrus Trace 3, I believe, is what pops up on the social media when you tag a photo. I am a resident and I have been sworn in. Additionally, with my wonderful neighbors who are here, many of them are not speaking today, but as you can tell, this is probably a bigger crowd than you normally get. We are very passionate about where we live, about the kind of people who live there, about the family atmosphere that we have, along with the agricultural atmosphere with horses, donkeys, goats, cows. It's a wonderful, wonderful area. I'm obviously one of the younger people here. We moved in about 3 years ago. Purposely, we'd been scouting this specific area to move into for 5 years. When a house became available, we begged, borrowed, and stole to get into this neighborhood because of those reasons. I would like to make a point to talk about the agriculture that will be taken away and the animals of where they will be going. Is there going to be a study about where these animals are going? We have wild boar, I have pictures. I also have pictures of the tortoises that inhabit that whole entire area. It is very important that that is taken into consideration, as well as one road to rule them all does not work. I think we've found that in many different cases. 162 additional housing units, which means up to maybe 4 cars per unit, cannot handle that road. That road cannot handle what it already has. Any questions?
Just comment. I think wild boars are considered by the state to be a nuisance species, and there's no hunting season for them, and there's no limit on them. You can shoot them on site because they don't want them.
I am not a gun owner, sir.
Okay, that's good. As for gopher tortoises, it's very common in developments like this for gopher tortoises to be captured and relocated to a gopher tortoise sanctuary to get them out of the way of development. And
I would love to know how they plan on doing that.
Permits from the state to do that.
Any other questions?
I mean, I guess to add on to that, they'll be required to prove that they did that.
Yes, I would like
so. Okay.
Yeah, that's a common requirement for any development.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you for your concerns.
I also want to speak, I didn't get on that list, but I'm signed in, I'm sworn in.
Okay. You've been sworn, you say?
Yes.
Okay, give your
my
name.
name is Dwight Hopkins. I live at 29228 Tupper Road. I live beside the property. I own the 200 acres around the property. I own the property to the west and the property to the north of this. along the entire border of the property. And there's several subjects come up, and I won't review something somebody said, but I know a lot of kids, small kids of all sizes, catch a bus on Caroline Drive. And sometimes it's early in the morning, their parents are there and they're trying to keep them. They'll run out and stuff, so we're real careful when we go through there. But they definitely, in addition to redoing Caroline Drive, they need a sidewalk. So those kids will have somewhere to get off the road. But my first thing I want to address is the county attorney about this Tupper Road thing. Here is my survey of my property. This is Tupper Road, and here is my property line. I own Tupper Road. I own Tupper Road here and own Tupper Road there. And last time I heard in America, there's due process. Nobody can take your land without due process. I just got involved. I purchased a land from Evans Corporation, and they had some land. It was on Dan Brown Hill Road, and the county did take that. They didn't take as much as they wanted to, but Evans opposed them, and they had to quit claim that land to the county before it was theirs. But I've been paying taxes on this land for 30 years. Nobody's ever told me that the county owned it. Not one thing. My deed shows the land. My legal description shows the land. There's no, you go to any title code, there's nothing that says the county owns it. Just the county comes over there and grades every 3 months and really messes it up. Don't mean they own it. The way I see it.
How does the ownership of the road affect this case? You came last time,
yeah.
You and your neighbors, when there was a discussion, in fact, a lively debate with Mr. Goldstein over here about ownership of the road. What I'm trying to figure out is how does that relate to this case?
Well, it relates in a big way. And it's about this whole transportation thing in and out. And Mr. Wood was a friend of mine. I tried to get them to develop that to a lesser density. They could have made plenty of money. They want to hit out of the park and build 160 homes on it. If those vision roads were through there, I'd say that's a darn good idea. But they're not. They're not going to be there for a long time, if ever. But here's how Tupper Road comes into it. First, that emergency exit to come and go. I would gladly give that to county, but somebody ought to ask me, say, hey, can we come out and put an emergency exit on your property before you get up here at a public meeting saying you're going to do that? But here's the bad thing. When people come out of this new development, they're going to have a hard time going down to Caroline and getting into 54. So the first east-west road they hit is down, and that goes over Tupper. And they're by the hundreds, they're going to reroute down Tupper so they can make a right in Tupper. I've seen it happen before. So not only will they be using Caroline Drive, but they'll be using Tupper in a big way. And it has not been paved or anything. I paved the park because the county had graded it, and they had actually graded down. They graded down so far they hit some of the utilities. The water would just run down the roads. So I paid part of it. I told you last time they fixed it. Everybody's real happy about it. And the county didn't have to pay a penny. And they knew I did, and they didn't say nothing. They owned the road, they should have said something. Come around and drove around, nobody said anything to me. But anyway, but they will be driving on Tupper Road for this, I promise you. Guaranteed, you can't stop. I mean, we let people from Citrus Trace drive through there because we drive through Citrus Trace. And it's quid pro quo. So,
sir, do you have a pen? Do you have a pen on you? I want to give you the statutory reference. It says we own it.
I'm going to get my attorney. I'm not good at that. It's just nice.
Well, you said that nobody's ever told you why we own the road. I want to tell you. It's section 95.361 Florida statutes.
Well, that's quoting the section is one thing, but when you get in a court in front of a jury and you start splitting hairs, what's maintaining the road? Just because you run a grader down there once every 3 months, that's not maintaining that road. I mow it. I've mowed it for 20 years. I grade that road. I do everything. I get people to swear under oath that I do it because they've seen me 100 times. The county does it.
So you're saying that all the neighbors that you're telling me that all the neighbors that use Tupper Road, all of your neighbors are trespassing? Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't care. I don't mind. I just don't want 100 more cars on Tupper Road unless they want to fix it. Like you said, let them pay for it.
Well, if you're taking the position that you own it, which I don't agree with, that would mean that all of your neighbors are trespassing.
Well, no, because there's an easement going through there, and people have a right to drive through that easement or to benefit. The people to the west of me on Tupper, and it's an egress easement, been there all the time. So I can't stop them. I wouldn't want to stop them, I just don't want 100 more cars in every day.
Sir, you're not an attorney. I don't want to debate with you. I'm just telling you the statutory reference you should look at. 95.361 Florida statutes. Your attorney can make whatever arguments he wants to make. I'm just telling you the reason the county owns the road.
How much they own? 50 feet, 100 feet? I heard
It's whatever the county maintains.
Well, that wouldn't be enough anyway, because they don't maintain but 20 feet. That's all they maintain. The site, that's all the water.
I'm sure our road and bridge department can tell you exactly what they maintain on that road.
Well, anyway, but don't think they won't be using tougher roads than they will. You know, and the other thing that everybody else will point out is Caroline just a right turn in, one way out. It is dangerous to turn in. There's 3 lanes coming at it, and you can have cars in 2 inside lanes. You got plenty of room to turn, and then you start to make a turn, and somebody will veer out of that into one of those inside lanes over the outside lane, just about run over you. There's going to be some bad wrecks there, and it's just not up to 160 more houses. That's my point. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you for coming again. Good to see you. I think the answer to your question there's no bearing on this particular application.
That's what I was trying to figure out the relevance.
But I think he's just, he's just concerned because
it arguably does, because they are showing an emergency connection to Tupper Road. So they would not be able to show an emergency connection to a private roadway without permission, but it's not a private roadway.
Is that because of the right of prescription? Is that what?
It's because there's a statute that says when we've maintained it for 4 years, we own it. Doesn't matter what a deed says, doesn't matter what easements there are. Anybody that wants to look at section 95.361 Florida statutes can do it, but it's also important not just for this county and this gentleman. All those, like I said, all of those neighbors would be effectively trespassing if the county doesn't own the road.
Are they required to have an emergency access? I mean, they could do like a boulevard entrance that allows vehicles to get past if it's blocked. I've seen that before.
There are other ways you can get emergency access. That is a true statement, but I don't want to. It's better when an emergency access, in my opinion, is to a different road than the
Sure, I don't think.
Because if there's an accident on 54, that's not going to help to have a boulevard. But a connection on Tupper Road does actually help you.
Right, what I'm asking, is it a requirement of this development? If, let's just say, the gentleman is successful in court and Tupper Road's deemed to be a private road and they can't build an emergency access to it, does that stop them from doing this project?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
They had to have to meet whatever the code requires for emergency access. There may be other ways they can meet that requirement.
What I'm getting is that's not a condition of approval that we're looking to consider today.
I believe they're just going to meet whatever our code requires as it relates to emergency access. It's not part of the deed restriction. The only thing that's missing is that since they are showing an emergency access to Tupper Road, I think staff needs to at least note in their agenda that that's their proposed emergency access, but it doesn't mean that it's the code.
Well, they were nice enough to show us a conceptual plan. This is a Euclidean zoning hearing. They aren't even required to bring us a concept plan today.
I agree, but if they're telling us that their emergency access is to Tupper, I think at least needs to be disclosed. I'm not saying it's a condition, I'm just saying we typically in our agenda memo say how they're accessing their property. If one of their potential accesses is an emergency access to Tupper Road, I think at least it needs to be said.
Yeah, I think that's good. We need to know that. Yeah. So, Barbara, do you have? I think we're done with comments from the audience. Listen, I'm going to ask one more time for comments from the audience. If, we can't sit here all day and then somebody jump up. So if you want to speak, come on up front here and get in the seat and let's hear what you got to say. I don't want to leave anybody out, but I also don't want to drag this on unnecessarily.
Okay, my name is Margaret Velasco, and I live at 6506 Bridleford Drive in Wesley Chapel in Saddle Ridge Estates. I'm just one of those people with the horses, and I only have 2 questions for the developer. I mean, I brought a copy of townhomes, and I had a question, is this similar to what they're gonna look like?
Okay.
There's 6 units in one building. My next question is, coming down Bridleford, are they going to put a wall around that whole development that they're doing down the 300 acres that back up to me, and I have 5 acres. Now that the property in question stops at my mailbox, and I have a 100-foot driveway that takes me into my house. But there would need to be a wall to block off from the 300 acres, and then people from coming into our gated community. Those are my questions.
Can you see the map again so she can point it out where she lives?
Yeah, I'm curious about the 300 acres. Or is that?
That's right next to me, which backs up to where.
Okay, here's the map.
Okay.
So tell us where you are.
I'm not good at maps.
At the end of Bridleford, at the northeast corner of the property.
Right at the top?
I'm at the back of Bridleford.
There it is.
All the way to the back there.
Right there?
That's my house with the long driveway.
That, to your right.
Right up, right there,
Down,
yeah.
there you go.
No, down.
Down.
Down one more box, right there.
There you go.
Over.
Right there. There you go.
I'm sorry, right there.
Get the fly swatter.
That's my property, and you see the property in question is that square there, and that's 300 or so acres that goes down Tupper, and Mr. Shepherd used to own that, and he has since passed away, cows there and everything. So that backs up to me, but are they going to put some kind of barrier down Bridleford, across there, and all those houses in Citrus Trace over there, they're all just barbed wire. Everything's just barbed wire right now, except for half a wall in our subdivision.
Okay.
And that's my question.
We'll get that answered for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And was there anybody else?
One more. Yeah.
I know we got one more. Anybody else? You saved your best to last?
I'm Barbara Martin. I've been sworn in, and my address is 29350 Laffridge Place. I'm on the corner of Caroline Drive and Laffridge Place. I have one question about the Tupper Road and the emergency exit, is that in my mind I'm thinking, if you have an emergency exit and it's available to be used, what keeps it from not being an emergency exit and people using it as a convenient way to get to 54?
I think they said it was going to be gated.
It's not gated.
No, that when they construct the development, it would be gated, and I think it's intended for the fire department or EMS to have emergency ingress into the development. If they need, if the main road is blocked, they need a way to get a fire truck in the back side of this thing, and that's how they would do it.
But ma'am, to address your concern, I was going to ask the applicant when they got up during rebuttal if they'd be okay adding something to their deed restriction that said that any access to Tupper Road would be for emergency only and gated. I think that's their intent, it's not technically in the deed restrictions. And so I suspect they're gonna say yes to that when I ask that question, but I do intend to address that comment with the applicant.
Thank you. It being a emergency use, does that mean if it's a county road, they will pave it appropriately from where they need it all the way to 54, so that you won't have that flooding and that dust that flies up from the dirt road and the potholes that are there?
So ma'am, typically county staff would not make somebody repave a road if it's only used for emergencies, because the use is too infrequent to justify that expense. I mean, you're talking probably once every 5 years, an ambulance or police department would need to use the gate. That's not frequent enough to justify paving the road.
Okay, well, the point that was made earlier is, I have a hard time picturing a fire truck coming up that road because it's so narrow and it's so bumpy, difficult.
You'd be surprised what our fire trucks can do, ma'am.
I'm sorry?
He said you would be surprised what our fire trucks can do. They probably have driven down roads much worse than Tupper Road.
All right, they're talented. The next question, the real concern that I have is speeding. I live right there on Caroline Drive, and cars go so fast up and down the road. A neighbor would try to get out there if she ever saw one going fast, she'd say, hi, to remind them that they're speeding, but it doesn't work. We've had signs put up, slow down, children at play. I had one on my property and it got destroyed. I had a car. I didn't see it happen, but I saw the results. Come off the road, knock over one of my trees and into my wood fence. Because I figure speed. I don't know why else a car might have done that. So I'm very concerned about the speeding and the fact that children ride bikes, children skateboard. We have baby carriages for taking walks up and down that street. And there's no line in the middle of the street because actually there's just enough room for 2 cars to pass. You don't have an extra place to move. So when I'm walking on the side of the street or there's somebody jogging, the cars have to move over to the other side of the road to make sure everybody's safe. And if there are no sidewalks and no curbs put in, then there's going to be a real big hazard. I have school buses stop there. Children run across the road to get into the school bus. We wait at our door. We see the school bus. As it comes up, then we let the children out of our doors to get to the bus. We're always standing there, always waiting for the bus when it comes in, just to make sure they are safe. Also, pets. I have a pet who's blind, and I watch her very carefully, but sometimes she gets out of she likes to go toward the road every now and then, and I'm always pulling her back in. So when I go over to the side of the road to pull her back in, I'll have a car whiz right past me. So I'm really concerned about the speed on that road. I know in the past I've called the county to ask if there was some way that something they could do about that. I was told there wasn't enough manpower to do anything. I don't know how to get speed bumps and humps and that type of thing in, but I would not be against that type of thing to help control the traffic, the speed of the traffic.
You must have read my mind because I was going to ask you that question.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So,
well, I've tried, but I don't know. I'm just a little old grandma.
We appreciate you coming. You're a little over your time, but I wanted to make sure you had plenty of time to speak. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I guess you weren't last.
Swear in?
Have you been sworn?
My name is Bob Peller, and I'm a 32-year resident of Citrus Trace.
What's your address, sir?
I'm sorry, 29311 Citrus Trace Way.
And you've been sworn?
Yes.
Okay.
Some of the skepticism that people from Citrus Trace are feeling as we step back in time a little bit is the bull that they were fed that the guy that put Saddle Ridge Estate was going to take care of upgrading the road, which never got done. Also, somewhere along the line, we used to have signs out front that said Citrus Trace and Saddle Ridge Estates. Those are no longer there. Somebody got paid off to not put them back. But, you know, somebody apparently got money for not putting those signs back, but none of the residents were ever told who got the money and why those signs were never put back, okay? That's one thing. But to ask the residents of Citrus Trace to put 162 townhouses in the back of that is ludicrous idea, of which David Goldstein probably doesn't think that's out of line.
You don't need,
but
you don't need to refer to Mr. Goldstein.
It is truly out of line to even consider such a catastrophe to the area.
Well, you know what, sir? There's a lot of people that would consider that when you went there, the fact that you moved there was out of line. So don't be so self-righteous. There are a lot of people that have been here a lot longer than you.
I'm not.
So don't
start disputing that fact.
Don't start talking down to David here or anybody else on this board. We're here to try to help the citizens. We're sitting here listening to your arguments, and don't get up there and start trying to bully people. It's not going to happen.
You're going to ask me to leave?
Okay.
I will if you get out of line. You darn right I will.
I'm stating the truth, okay? We were fed a bunch of baloney about all the stuff that went on already, and somebody from the Pasco County Department of whatever wasn't watching anything.
Well, what were you watching?
If and when.
What were you watching, sir?
If and when.
What were you watching? Do you have no responsibility at all?
If and when.
Is that what you're telling us?
Yeah, okay. Put it back on me. If and when you allow the 162 townhouses to be put in, that road should be fixed from day one when those guys come in. They should do the improvements to the road.
We've already talked about that.
Okay, I'm just making sure on my part. See, I'm hearing impaired. I probably didn't hear it. Okay, coming down from Zephyr Hills, going west, there should also be a turn lane put in for Citrus Trace and Saddle Ridge and whatever they're going to call this townhouse subdivision. Okay? And nobody's mentioned that. Already, we can't get in and out of the streets.
Somebody's already asked that question, and I hope we'll get an answer.
Do you have any idea what they installed at the end of the street to count?
Sorry, your time is up, sir.
No. Okay.
Thank you.
I'm sorry if I came off a little brash, but I've listened to
it just doesn't help when you do that. We're not trying to be rude to each other. Let's be civil. If you have a concern, we want to hear about it.
The bottom line is, if people would put themselves in the place of the residents of Citrus Trace and what they're trying to do, and use a road that's barely okay for the residents there now. I mean, somebody has to show how they're going to handle that, rather than just
we haven't voted yet.
Put it before the board.
We haven't even got to that part yet, so.
Wow. I'll call for him.
He's your friend. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Teresa Belsheimer, and I live at 29624 Waybridge Way in Saddle Ridge Estates.
And you've been sworn?
Yes, I was here when that happened. I didn't plan on speaking today, but I think that's something that has not been addressed. One, I have a question is whether or not this community is going to be gated or not gated. I guess we can find that out from them. Okay. When we come out of, I have to drive down Caroline Drive every day. To go out and to go west on 54, because I go to work in town, it's a problem to get out, because I don't know if you guys have been out there or not, but 54 is 65 miles an hour, and you better get going or you're gonna get run over. So we go out that way. Coming back home, if I go out and turn right, and I want to go towards Zephyr Hills, I have to get in the far left lane, stop at the light at Saddlebrook, make a U-turn to go that way. So you're going to have another 162 homes. If they want to go east, they have to go that way. Also, coming home from work at night, we had, back in the day, we had some people in our community fight for us to have a, what do you call it, egress lane or whatever, put in the left-hand side to be able to turn into our neighborhood. If you're going to add 162 more homes to that drive, you're going to have to, we're going to look like 56. Our butts are going to be out on 54, stacked up, trying to turn left onto Caroline Drive. That, I think, needs to be addressed before they decide to put 162 homes in it. That's a safety traffic issue. And I had one other topic I want to talk about. I can't remember, but those are the traffic is my concern.
Okay.
Not only, Caroline Drive. They're going to pave Caroline Drive. That's beautiful. They're going to put curbs on Caroline Drive. That's beautiful. They're going to put sidewalks. There's easements on their property, so the sidewalks are going on their easements, question mark?
We'll get those answered for you.
That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right.
Make sure the script.
$5 for the
Mea culpa.
Do as I say, not as I do.
Denise, do we have anybody on WebEx for this item?
We don't have anyone on WebEx for this item or for any of the items
okay.
on today's agenda. The folks who are on WebEx are staff members.
Thank you.
Okay. So if we've had everybody speak, oh, sorry.
Told you to pay that bill.
Steve, I'm in a meeting. Call me back.
It's very pleasant.
I guess Clark's not the only one getting fined.
Yeah. That's okay. I'll throw it in the hat.
Wait till his pager goes off.
Yeah, right.
Barbara Wilhite for the applicant. I will have Steve Henry address traffic and some of the things that you've heard in a moment. I think the school board member, Mr. Tonella, went through with regard to schools, and I know that the school board knows about all the development that you're doing. They review, they sit here on this planning commission. They know every home. When plans come in, they have a review process. They know about every home that comes in before it's constructed, and they're planning for those things. We have a very good school board. The water and sewer, the developer pays for water and sewer. It'll be county water and sewer. The water, sewer, and reclaimed water are all at the property.
It's already at the property, you said?
It's already at the property, yes. Homes versus townhomes, we talk about that a lot. I've heard a lot in my 25 years doing this. They're homes, they're just attached versus detached. And there's benefits to townhomes. One is that the pool area is centralized. In single-family homes, we have pools in our backyard, and these pools can be 5 feet from the property line. It's a benefit of townhomes. The other thing I always say about townhomes versus single-family are townhomes are commonly maintained. So if you live in a townhome, you pay your HOA to maintain your roof, your paint, your shrubs, your grass, and the landscaping and common areas. In a single-family subdivision, single-family detached homes, you pay your homeowners association to chase your neighbor to try to get them to comply. So that is a benefit when you talk about a townhome and attached product versus a single-family product.
Excuse me for a minute. Could we put that view of the development?
The site plan, sure.
Please. Thank you.
Making sure I address everybody that spoke. I think the Tupper Road and emergency access has been talked about quite a bit. Yes, I'm agreeable, my client's agreeable to the deed restriction discussed, which would say that along the lines of access to Tupper Road will be emergency access only and gated for no resident access. And we can certainly work out that language with the county attorney's office and staff.
So Barbara, can I ask a question about that? Because I know I asked the question earlier, but I have a question for you and the planning commission because I'm somewhat torn on the issue. I understand why it's emergency access because it's a dirt road and makes sense. I guess my question is, if you could put the vision network, road network back up. And I'm not expressing any opinion whatsoever on this. I'm just asking a question for you and the planning commission, which is, at some point, that Vision Road is going to connect all the way up to the new overpass road and then eventually the overpass interchange. And so I gotta imagine at some point in the future, that road will exist and Tupper Road will exist as a paved road. And I guess the question is, at that point, should it become another way out for this project? I mean, I understand, don't get me wrong, I understand why it's emergency today, but the question is, should it always be emergency?
Certainly could write some kind of standard language into the deed restriction that provides for that in the future, so that the deed restriction wouldn't preclude that from happening when it's a
Well, I mean, because the
standard road
residents have
someday.
raised some legitimate concerns about all the traffic dumping on 54, and we can let Steve Henry address that issue, but the county's plans for this area is to relieve 54 through the new interchange at overpass And this Vision Road is supposed to bring traffic from 54, it's the extension of Bruce B. Downs, all the way up to Overpass Road so people can access the new interchange. That's less likely to occur from your project if in the distant future, whenever this roadway network exists, you have no ability to get over to that road up to Overpass Interchange.
I agree, and if we do a deed restriction that says forever, it'll only be emergency access, we would preclude that from happening, so we could.
I just would hate to say that it's forever emergency access if at some point Tupper's actually paved
To county
and
standards.
this Vision Road actually connects to Overpass, and then it would be kind of silly to then say, well, all your traffic still has to go to 54.
I agree.
When we built this great new road network to save 54.
Right.
That's my concern. But this isn't my decision. I mean, it's up to the planning commission what you do. I'm just throwing it out for consideration.
I think that would be good planning to make sure that we didn't preclude that in the future from happening. But I'm okay either way.
But yeah, planning commission wants it to be permanently an emergency. That could be drafted. You all need to weigh in on that.
Comments?
Do you have a projected date on that particular road? Because it's come up in the past.
So, no, but you could draft the language that says that it would remain emergency until Tupper's paved and the Vision Network connects to Overpass Road. I mean, that may be 40, 50 years from now. I don't know, and I understand why it should be emergency until then. I'm not suggesting that, but the point is that the county likes to plan for the future, and Barbara's correct that the county has a plan to save or try to alleviate traffic on 54 through this Vision Network. And so I'm only pointing out that if we restricted the emergency access to Tupper based on its condition today, that doesn't allow this project to take advantage of that future Vision Network whenever it exists. It may be 40, 50 years from now, but the county just spent a lot of money building a new interchange at Overpass Road.
True.
And part of it was to allow other people to relieve the 54 interchange. So it's up to you all. I'm just saying one might argue that it's a mistake to not take advantage of this potential future network.
Technical question about that. In the manual that we're going to talk about later, there's a discussion about emergency accesses and being constructed out of GeoGrid and the like. Is this emergency access proposed to be paved as if it were a county road, or is it proposed to be stabilized as per what's in the manual that we're going to discuss later?
I'm not sure I have an answer to that because we're not at construction plan level of detail.
Because that would affect what David is asking. If this happens, if these Vision roads or Tupper roads constructed 10 years, 20 years down the road, and we have just a stabilized emergency access, not a paved emergency access, then you've got a kind of a substandard connection you're making.
Let me put it this way. I suspect if you ask Barbara whether she's going to restrict it to it being paved, they'd probably say yes. I mean, you can't impose that because it's a deed restriction, but the incremental cost, if they're already paving to, very close to the Tupper Road connection, I don't know why that's a huge incremental cost for them.
I'm not arguing it is. In fact, I told the county engineer that I thought it was more expensive to build a GeoGrid paving section than it was to pave a road. But I'm just curious if it's going to be just a stabilized access and this happens 20 years from now. I'm not expecting this developer is going to be controlling this thing 20 years from now. He's long gone and you have an HOA. What's the impetus to actually make that
Okay, let me put it this way. I suspect that staff, Barbara, and myself could work out the exact language to address your concern. The real issue is whether you want the ability for access to Tupper Road in the event this future roadway network develops, whether you want it to potentially be another way out for this project. If you're comfortable with all their access being to Caroline Drive and that's just permanently an emergency connection, that's okay too. I'm just saying that Barbara, staff, and I can draft the language to make this work. I'm just asking you the big picture policy question. You all are the planning commission. You plan, okay? you could argue that maybe at some point in the future that shouldn't be an emergency connection. That's all I'm saying. But you all needed to make that decision, or the board needs to make that decision.
I think we're being short-sighted not to consider future roadway network with the amount of infrastructure the county has planned as far as their vision roads go.
Agree.
Okay. All right. Let's move on to another concern that they have. Marva, you have your list.
Sure.
Yeah.
Cooper Road is not, as you saw, it's not adjacent to this property, it's to the north.
Right.
But we will have an interconnection to the north because the county requires those interconnections. The property owner that lives in Saddle Ridge, talking about 300 acres to her west. She lives adjacent to the property north of us. We're 40 acres. So I just wanted to make that, that's not us.
I think her question was about the wall.
But we're not adjacent to her. She's asking about a parcel we're not the adjacent parcel to her. Good question when that property comes into development, but.
She's asking on what border is your wall going to occupy? Is it north, south, east, west?
I don't think there's gonna be a wall.
Well, that's what I'm asking.
Yes, we're not proposing any wall.
What is it going to be?
Along our eastern boundary,
What kind of separation is there going to be? Is type A, type B? What is it?
you're willing to add that? Okay. So we're required to do as we always say here, we always stand here and say, we have to do the landscape buffer to county requirements, and there's already a landscape buffer. But my client said we can add to the deed restriction along our eastern boundary a requirement for a 6-foot fence. In addition, within the required landscape buffer.
So a
certainly
6-foot
agree to add
fence?
that.
Okay.
Brad, can you tell us what buffer would be required there right now?
You walk all the way up here? Brad Tippin, Planning Development. Yeah, typically, I think Ms. Wilhite maybe mentioned it earlier on, but these are residential uses to residential uses, so there's really no buffering technically required. However, we buffer to roadways based on what's across the street. So you have residential to residential. They're going to put a buffer in along that area, but it is not required to have a wall. It's not required to have those types of elements. If they want to put that in, yeah, it would be voluntary for them to put that in.
I understand.
So, okay.
All right.
Look, before you move on, if you look at this, and I've had experience, and I'm sure others have, the townhomes, I appreciate that because they are better than apartments. I don't mean better in the sense that they are better, they're just different. But you still have the high-density residency in townhomes. And the concern I would have if I was living in one of these homes to the east, it looks like about 4 of them, is that there's a tendency with high density to have a little bit more noise in them, whether it be radio, TV, or just a company that shows up and you have a party. That's what I would look at, and I would encourage some higher density barrier between the surrounding area, because noise in itself can be a distraction to, if you look at these homes that are around it, they're all basically larger homes, they're not estate homes, but they are larger homes who have over the years enjoyed peace and quiet. So I think the noise concept of trying to reduce it should play in development there with landscaping. I think what they have done here is, it's a nice looking facility in the fact that you have the water features there, and that it would appear that you might even have a sprinkling, a fountain system in place. But I don't want to belabor the point. I know you have more things to. But
Sure.
Since you came up with the bordering of the area and the calming of noise from that particular project should be considered for the residents there to make it more appealing to them, especially
Sure.
the neighbors.
So I think I gave you a dimension of the closest on our eastern boundary. The closest to our home will be to to one of the other homes is 113 feet, but we'll be 40 feet back from the property line, so it's 153 feet between existing home and one of our homes. That's a long way. The requirement in MF1 is 15 feet, so we could add to the deed restriction, make it, because requirement's 15 feet, we can make it 40. And again, we won't have pools in our backyard, so we're not, that's the benefit, because right now, in the current zoning, single-family homes, pools 5 feet from the property line, noise. But that's one of the benefits of townhomes is you have a central amenity as opposed to an amenity in everybody's backyard. But we'll put into the deed restriction, we'll stay 40 feet off of the property line with any of our homes. And I think that provides a significant difference as to what could be, which could be 15 feet under MF1. Does that address Mr. Hansel?
Well, I spend a lot of time with the infantry units, and I know at night, and I hate to bring this up, I know at nighttime noise tends to be a little bit more, I don't know if the word hearable is a word, but you can hear audio noises from a greater distance in the evening time, especially at night. That's all, and that's just from practical experience, spending time.
We'll keep our homes 40 feet off of the property line. We'll put a fence. We'll put a fence in that's above code. I think those should mitigate those issues. Common amenity.
Well, I think one of the biggest issues that everybody seemed to talk about was Caroline, how it was going to be paved, whether there are going to be sidewalks and curbs, and what then, excel and decel lanes.
I will let Mr. Henry talk about all those things for you.
Thank you, Mr. Henry.
Barbara, before you leave, is this subdivision going to be gated or not gated?
Do you know? Gated?
Will be gated, okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, I forgot to answer that question. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Steve Henry again. So to answer your question, one, starting with the access to 54. So as a part of this development of this property, we'll have to do an access management analysis, which will have to evaluate the intersection of Caroline and 54. We'll have to look at the left turn lane that's out there today to determine whether it's long enough. Today it's about 260 feet. There's actually room between that one and the left turn lane for Saddlebrook Way to extend it 300 feet. So we'll have to look at the U-turns at Saddlebrook Way. So we'll have to assess both of those turn lanes to make sure they're long enough to accommodate the existing traffic plus the addition of our traffic to that. And if they're not, then we'll have to lengthen those turn lanes. As far as the improvements to Caroline Drive, we've actually already gone out there and done the geotech to look at that to see what's actually out there, and we've done as far as the additional pavement that's needed to meet the current county standards for a local road.
So what is that?
What is that? We'll be adding about 2 inches of asphalt.
Okay, which is what my guess was, and I asked, could we save those pictures?
Right. Yeah, we'll have to mill, which is not much left there.
Just answered my question. You'll mill, because one of my concerns is if you overlay that street 2 inches, we're going to have driveways that aren't going to be able to drain.
Correct. So we intend to do that. Now and that's part of. You have another question, or we can answer?
Yeah, I do have another question.
Sure.
Does the county still have a traffic calming device program? There used to be a program where you could petition.
It requires votes by
the adjacent property owners.
Right.
As a traffic engineer, I mean, and I hear their concerns of the residents, and that's why I asked you earlier what was the speed limit on the road. Caroline's a straight road. Right now it's in poor condition. We're going to pave it. I see a drag strip coming in the future. Is there a safety problem with putting a traffic calming, whether it be speed tables or whatever the case may be, to try to slow that down? That's,
I mean, is there a safety issue? No. It always gets into half the people love them, half the people hate them, and so
I have a love-hate relationship with those things too.
And so that becomes the question: is if the residents want it, obviously I'm reflecting to my developer who says yes, he'd be willing to entertain.
So can I ask
that
the residents, would a speed table assuage your concern about speeding down Caroline Drive? If they were to put in some traffic calming devices to make sure you couldn't use it as a drag strip? You can just show me your hands. So,
Yes.
I think the fancier terms now is they're more like speed tables. Right. They're not just like the old-fashioned speed bump you had in the shopping center.
So, Mr. Moody, I am a little concerned about making this decision based on a showing of hands because Mr. Henry.
Well, they haven't shown me any hands.
Well, I don't. Well, even if they did, they may not represent all the residents on Caroline Drive. I think Mr. Henry's correct. When you put these to a vote on speed tables, sometimes there's a majority that want them, sometimes there's a majority that don't. So if that's your intent, we could probably craft some language that says that if a majority of the residents, through the county's normal process of determining that, want the speed tables, that they'd agree to pay for them. But I hate to just do that on the fly here when we don't have all the residents on Caroline Drive. Am I making sense?
Well, I understand that, but they've expressed the concern. I'm not convinced that I like the speed table idea either. I'm trying to ferret that out. That's why I asked, are there safety issues with these things too? So,
yeah, and I don't believe that there would be, in this case, there would be these safety issues.
I don't know how the fire department likes those or doesn't like them.
But, you know, they do say that it slows down their response time to get in emergency vehicles. So, I mean, there's pluses and minuses to them.
My sense is the bigger concern really than speeding is probably this sidewalks and curbs.
Right, and we're doing what's required from a substandard road standpoint for the roadway, which does not include sidewalks or curb and gutter. So we would not be putting in curb and gutter. Curb and gutter would be tough to do on a rural roadway. Trying to put in the drainage for that would be very expensive, if it would even work. We don't know if the grades would work on that road.
Richard, is this in an area where kids would be bused to school, or would they walk to school?
They'd be bused because there's not many schools within them.
So the sidewalk isn't like the last.
Correct, yeah, it's not an issue.
Well, it's not an issue, maybe not for the schools, but it could be for the residents. Because as people do they walk their dogs and the babies and.
Well, now, correct, but again, what we're proposing is less traffic. And also typically.
Well, that's going to be a hard one to sell, less traffic. There's going to be more traffic. Yeah. So my only point is, and I'm trying to be as considerate as I can on both sides,
sure,
that in order for me to feel comfortable about approving a new development, it needs to bring something to the existing area that they don't have. It can't just take.
Sure.
So if it doesn't enhance the adjoining areas in some way, some significant way, then why put it there? It's not ready for it. So,
well, I think that's what we're doing. We're trying to fix it.
And that's what I'm talking about when I'm talking about.
Mr. Chair, I don't disagree with you, but I do have a question.
Yes, sir.
For staff or Mr. Henry, whoever knows. Do we have enough right-of-way on Caroline Drive to add sidewalks? Because typically, if it's a county maintained road, this is to my earlier point, the county owns what we maintain. So we clearly own existing Caroline Drive. We don't necessarily have right-of-way beyond the pavement for a sidewalk, but we may not, I don't know, that's why I'm asking the question.
60 feet of right-of-way.
So is that sufficient to add sidewalks? I'm asking.
Do it in 50s in neighborhoods.
Okay,
neighborhoods.
so then I guess
it's 50 with curb and gutter.
Then there is sufficient right-of-way.
So this doesn't have curb and gutter, and what effect that sidewalk would have on the drainage, the lawns, that type of thing, we don't know that at this point in time.
Well, let me ask you and Barbara a question. Is there a middle ground if the county were to give bike ped mobility fee credits for the sidewalk? Would that, since I agree it's not required by our 901.4?
Trying to do some calculations over here real quick, but, okay. It's right-of-way portion, it's bike ped portion, so that's just a portion of that fee. So you can't do the calculation that quick, but, yikes.
Well, I'm just one person. They may not agree with me,
but
unless I feel that you're enhancing the area, I'm not going to vote for it. So I'm just telling you ahead of time.
Well, we are paving a road that we,
Yeah.
I mean, by
Well,
code.
you know, that could be an enhancement, but it's not a great enhancement. They already have a road they can occupy. I want something that is going to provide some safety and, you know, quality of life issues that are going to accompany these people that already live there. So, you know, we got to look out for our citizens. That's all I'm telling you.
But I'm following the code, and the code says that I have to prepare a prop share. And
You don't have to do it. You don't have to do it.
We're agreeable to pay it.
We
We're agreeable to
can't
pay
require
for
it.
speed tables.
We can't require it, I understand that, but we also don't have to approve it.
Well, I am following all the rules and comp plan and all the things, so, I mean, if we can have a delay, so we can do the calculation, which is hard for us to do that on the fly, so, then my client, I don't know if you have another item we can go to and then come back, let him look at it?
Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, we can do that.
I'll ask.
Let's take
I don't know it off the top of my head. Do you know what the percentage
5-minute
bike
recess.
ped is?
We just take a 5-minute
My
recess and give you a
recollection
chance to
is
calculate
It's
it.
about 3% of her fee, but I could look it up, or you all can look it
Barbara
up.
says she has, I think she
Oh,
has.
okay.
Taking a recess, 5 minutes. Gotcha.
I was going to tell him, he kept going, I was wanting to say, sir, look to your right, look to your right.
I know, yeah. When
I
they
think you got
start
the
that.
message across.
Well, I thought it was funny when he finally realized he was there.
That really irritates me when he starts pointing his finger at people.
What happened last time?
Because it has a delay. So you want instant gratification, you're not gonna get it.
We can take our seats, please. All right, I think we can start again.
All right, Steve Henry again. So I've talked to the developer, and he's willing to construct the sidewalk on one side of the road. Obviously not both sides, but we're willing to construct it on one side of the road.
Okay.
And that's for credit against the bike shed part of the
So we want the ability to request the credits. We know it's a developer's agreement, and it may cost more to do a developer's agreement than the credits are worth. So but we want the ability at least to have, if we wanted to, request it, but not the requirement.
Okay, so that would be some future deal.
Right.
All the deed restrictions going to say that you're going to do it with the possibility of maybe in the future.
Correct.
Doing an agreement for credits.
We can get that, yes.
But you're committing to do the sidewalk, whether you
We're
get
going to
credits
do
as
the
a
sidewalk,
side
regardless whether you get the credit. We just
Okay.
want the ability to request it in the future.
And you're going to do that right up front.
Yes, we do that again.
While you're paving the road, basically.
Correct. It will be done prior to the first final building inspection.
Can I ask a question on that? Because what I see in the past is these big trucks come along and they're building the houses and building everything, and then does it make sense to pave the road first or after? And I don't know.
After, when?
I mean, you build the road, then the construction starts. The trucks are coming up and down the road, ruining the road. Is it better to do that afterwards? And I don't know the answer, I'm just asking.
Can we please be quiet in the audience so we can hear up here? Thank you.
Typically, we would pave at the same time we pave the streets within the project.
Okay.
So which would be, all have to be done prior to basically the final.
It's 2 inches of asphalt, and that's, for the short time they're under construction, I would tell you that they can probably more than absorb the construction traffic at that. If we were doing a shopping center, we'd have 2 inches as heavy-duty pavement where the delivery areas are.
Okay, good, thank you.
The other thing I would say is, to follow up what Steve said, is the really heavy equipment is when they're doing the site work.
Yeah.
When they get to the building, the houses, it's not nearly as heavy as equipment, so.
Mostly big up trucks.
And he's gonna be doing all the paving of their internal roads with this too, so I think it probably should work out.
Okay. And then just for everyone's, just recap everything that's gonna be done, so they know and we know.
So we're going to pave Caroline Drive from 54 to our project, to county local street standards. And then we will construct sidewalk on one side of the road from 54 to our project.
And whatever turn lanes are required at access management review?
Correct, and whatever extensions to the turn lanes may be necessary at 54 and Caroline Drive, yes.
Okay, so you're doing all that prior to the first building inspection for a building?
Okay, and the next thing on my list was there's a lot of questions about traffic, how you arrive at traffic counts, how traffic affects the roadway. Is there some formula that you use other than just multiply the number of homes by 2?
Well, no, what we use is the Institute of Transportation Engineers. So they've done hundreds upon hundreds of studies. And in fact, it's 4 volumes of different trip generation studies and uses that have been done. So they've done studies on single-family homes, townhomes, multifamily. And so what we use here is townhome. They actually have a land use for townhomes, single-family attached units. And we use that trip generation based on hundreds of studies that have been done to estimate what the daily traffic is, the AM peak hour, and the PM peak hour. And that's why
peak hour, what's the average daily traffic?
The average daily traffic is about 7.3 trips per home for townhomes, and it's almost 10 for single family. So single family will generate more traffic, and typically that's because single family tends to have more kids and activity than a townhome does.
So we're not, it doesn't really relate directly to the number of cars that the people may own. It's how many times they drive their car.
Correct.
Right.
Absolutely.
So it's trip generation, not how many cars are there.
Correct. What they have done is on, again, hundreds, if they go out and put a hose across a driveway, and they count the number of cars that come in and out. Not how many cars people own within the development, but how many cars cross that hose on a daily basis during the AM and PM peak hour, and that's what they use. And again, they've broken it out into the various different types of land uses to come up with what those trip rates are for the various land uses.
1,400 trips, total trips up and down Caroline Drive after they're built out.
It's about 1,100 additional, yes.
1,100 per
day.
Okay.
But again, if you develop it as a single family, it would be more than what we're proposing.
Right,
so,
I understand.
Well, that's if
granted, it's an increase. It's definitely an increase, but I think hopefully we're offsetting that by paving the road and putting the sidewalk in. But it is definitely a decrease over what could be there today based on the existing zone.
Okay. What else do we have on our list?
So was the consensus of planning commission that the connection to Tupper be emergency only until Tupper Road is paved and the vision arrow work exists?
That's right.
The
That's what we
applicant's
said.
okay with that?
Yes, I was going to kind of tally up, I've said a lot of things that I'm going to do in the deed restrictions. I was going to give you a tally, if that's okay.
She's counting all the goodies in the
Yeah,
bag.
I stood up here and said, yes, I'll agree to
She's gonna
that.
tell us
Yes.
everything she's gonna offer through the voluntary deed restriction.
Yes. Amending my voluntary deed restriction, voluntarily. So just to kind of tally what that is, we're gonna pave Caroline Drive to county standards. And this wording is not exactly right, because we'll get it exactly right with staff in the county attorney's office, but here's the concept. We're gonna pave Caroline Drive from State Road 50 to county standards, from State Road 52 to the project access.
54
We're gonna do 54. Ooh, that'd be a long way.
Yes.
54 to the project access. We're going to put a sidewalk on one side, and we have the timing of that those will be completed prior to the first building inspection, the final building inspection for the first unit. We're going to have the emergency access Tupper Road language as described by Mr. Goldstein. We've agreed to a 40-foot building line setback from the external property line that goes all the way around. I know we were talking about the eastern boundary, but that commitment is for the entire project. The 6-foot solid fence surrounding the project, we talked about it for just that eastern boundary, but the client's commitment is for the project as a whole. And we already have in the deed restriction no apartments. I just like to say that because a lot of people stand up and say apartments, and it's townhomes, and so it's in the deed restriction already, and it'll stay in there about no apartments. That's the tally of things that we're agreeing to add to the deed restriction, and we would.
So Barbara, the only thing I didn't hear you say that Steve said was that when you're doing the road, you're also going to do the intersection improvements at 54 and Caroline.
We're going to do the access management analysis, and our access management analysis will include that intersection.
I just want to make sure that those are being done at the same time as you're doing Caroline on the sidewalk.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, any access management improvements.
Whatever comes out of the analysis, you'll do at the same time as you're doing Caroline on
Got
the
it.
sidewalk.
Yes.
Okay.
How does the west side of Caroline get finished? Is that curbed, or is that, how is that going to be finished?
No, it'll stay like as it is for rural.
Okay. Okay.
I think Mr. Henry's correct. It's very difficult to retrofit a road and put
Yeah,
curb and
agreed.
gutter.
Yep.
There's no place to pipe the water.
Mhm.
And there's some cost with piping.
Right.
And the sidewalk will include language about we can seek mobility fee credits. A quick calculation there is it's only about $14,000. I think the application fee for a development agreement is about 10. Of course, my fees. So we may never seek the development agreement. But that's just to tell you kind of the magnitude of the commitment to do that sidewalk. Mobility fees aren't going to cover it by far, the credits, but my clients will be able to do it, and we would welcome your support of the project. Thank you.
Just one curious question more. Is that sidewalk, how wide will that be? 5 feet?
5 feet.
Thank you. Okay. All right. What else from up here?
I think it sounds like it's better than what they got now.
Okay. So is that a motion?
I'm gonna need some help from the assistant county attorney over here as to the goodies in the deed, the voluntary
Well,
deed
you could just
restriction,
move approval
but
with
yes,
the,
I would move approval with the
it's not a condition.
deed restrictions just discussed
By Ms. Wilhite.
by Ms. Wilhite.
Okay, so
I'll
we have a
second.
motion.
I'll second.
We have a second. All right, discussion on the motion?
Well, I think I'll add here, I mean, it's important to note that, we go back to the whole property rights issue, and the property owner still, even though I know they're gonna add units and adjacent residents may not necessarily like the type of units that are being added, I think we've talked extensively, I mean, the proposed number of units is far less than what they could seek. And I believe they've already talked about the density is lower than what they could provide without the modifications to the zoning now. So the arguments about traffic, I mean, I applaud the developer for all the concessions and all the things he's offered here. Again, they are voluntary, and just by definition, that's voluntary. I mean, again, I guess really in summary is, I mean, the property owner does have a right to develop his property, has a right to build something there. And that's why, I mean, I'll support this the way it's proposed in the motion that's on the floor.
Okay, any other comments?
Excuse me. It was not too long ago that an individual had a piece of property that he wanted to subdivide basically in the same area. And I look at the homes around it and I see larger lots. And there is a concern that has not really been cleared up in my mind of traffic. But no matter what, traffic will always be there and will always be an issue. But that's the issue I have, is the fact that not that long ago, we indicated that it was not appropriate for the area. This is roughly 40-some acres of property that I think could be subdivided into homesteads instead of townhomes. Therefore, I do have a little difficulty supporting the issue. I am concerned and understand property rights. But anyway, that's the end of my remarks.
All right, thank you.
Am I allowed to comment on that?
Sure.
I mean, just so you understand, Peter, the zoning he has now allows much smaller lots than the surrounding lots.
I understand.
Okay. I just want to make sure that was understood.
I do understand that.
I think the difference between the case at the far end of Tupper Road that we heard the last time we were here in Dade City was, the biggest issue was Tupper Road, the condition of Tupper Road, and that there was no mechanism in that proposal to pave the road. That's different here. And now we've not only got a mechanism to pave the road, but we just got a mechanism to get a sidewalk that we didn't get out of the previous hearing we had today, which school board had concern with.
Yep.
So to me, it was a balance, and I'll tell you, when I first saw the case too, I said, oh my God, what are they doing? We just turned one down in the same neighborhood, but I think the circumstances of this are different.
I understand that we all have different types of glasses to see items that are brought before this board. But I just indicated one of them was, you said about the Tupper Road and subdividing down there. But I also look at the property around this 44-acre or 40-acre piece of parcel that could be developed into, I think, larger homes. But that's how I feel about it. So I think that's enough said. So I'll just call the motion. That way we can end it.
I'll just go on the record and commend the developer for his commitment to doing the improvements out there, including the 6-foot fence and the paving. I think that's far and above what, so I commend you for making that commitment.
Well,
Is that the list of goodies you those will hide? Because that was in the motion. Okay.
Yeah, well, as I said before, I think I just always, and I think all of us up here, always try to balance. It's a balancing act, because you have to balance the rights of a property owner with the rights and the expectations of the current citizens in the area. So what we try to do is push and pull until we feel like we have a reasonable balance in that area. And it's not perfect. It's never going to be perfect, but the world keeps changing. I don't always like how it changes, and no, some other people don't either, but we have to make it the best we can within the boundaries that we have to work with. And I think that's what we're trying to do. Listen to everybody's concerns, put ourselves in not only your position, but the position of the property owner and the developer too. We don't owe it to a developer to guarantee a profit. We do owe it to make sure that if he comes in there and does a good job, that we give him the opportunity. And as long as we feel like we're protecting the residents, then I think we've done our job. So I'd like to thank everybody for their comments and their participation, and I hope we've reached an amicable conclusion. So let's call for the vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Nay, like sign?
nay.
All right, I think the nays have it. I mean, the ayes have it. Sorry, Freudian. There we go. What's next? Ms. Hernandez?
Next item is PC 12.
Let's give everybody a chance to clear.
I agree with what you said, my friend, but
It's a hard one. Everybody interprets it. I get it.
Okay, I think we're ready.
Good afternoon, Eve Rose Stevens, Planner 1 for Long Range Planning.
are we gonna do number 12?
Yes. This is item 12, right? EC 12?
Yes.
This is it.
I'm presenting PDD 230101, a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment in the name of CPAS 2226, Mitchell Wesley Chapel Boulevard. The subject site is located in the South Market area. The applicant is proposing a future land use amendment on 3.95 acres from Res 3 to commercial to remedy a conflicting zoning and align the FLU with the existing C2 zoning district. The subject property is located at the east side of Wesley Chapel Boulevard. A resolution to the applicant's proposal is to amend FLU map 2-15 and sheet 21. The following policies support the proposed amendment. Policy FLU 163, traditional land uses. Policy FLU 164, neighborhood commercial uses. Policy FLU 812, the South Market area establishments. Site location. The existing and future land use. The proposed future land use. and the existing zoning showing the parcel as a C2. Staff recommend that the local planning agency find the proposed amendment consistent with the comprehensive plan and to recommend approval to the Board of County Commissioners.
Okay.
Questions?
All right, do we have any questions?
Yeah, the questions I have, is it going to become commercial property? And the Wesley Chapel Boulevard in that area has seen significant traffic because of the, I was going to say the miniature golf course, I opened up there, but it's because of the Sierra, it's because of the, God, I can't think of the name of the.
Pop Street.
It's the what?
Pop Street.
Thank you, that's what I needed, Cypress Creek Town Center. That entire area has grown significantly, and I just want to know the traffic pattern that will be planned for the future. You have Stagecoach, which is a community that just had a light put in, I believe, not long ago. It can last probably 6 months or less. And the traffic's already backing up there. How are they going to develop this? How? When they develop this area, how will they move the traffic in and out of the area, and how much traffic pattern will be developed for that area? And you have this one?
Hi, my name is Barbara Wilhite. Nice to see you all this afternoon. 6327 Grand Boulevard. I get to take the night off after all this. So a couple things. This is kind of a unique thing because it's what's called a conflict zoning. This property is currently zoned C2 and it has a business on it.
True.
But the comp plan is in conflict with the zoning. And the county did comp planning when I was in college, beginning my college career. In 1990, by state statute, the county had a year to clean up these conflicts, 1990, clean up these conflicts between zoning and then the land use. And so that's what we're doing today, however many years that is. I've grown a little old since I was in college. I'm here to clean up your comp plan for this property. And so it got a Res 3 designation, it's COM, it's used commercially, it's got C2 zoning, it's had C2 zoning, they pay taxes on C2 zoning. But what happens is when the property changes hands, everybody looks at it and goes, oh my goodness. It's land use for residential, not for commercial. So I'm here to clean up with staff, is to clean that up so that the land use matches the zoning and the use on the property. To answer your question about Wesley Chapel Boulevard, David probably knows better, but it's a fully funded improvement to Wesley Chapel Boulevard that's underway.
True.
So
and I read something on that, but you're looking in almost a decade down the road before it becomes 4 lanes.
I don't think is accurate. I think it's one of the highest priority projects in the county CIP. I don't know if we have somebody, Kevin or Margaret, want to speak to it, but we've just completed the right-of-way acquisition for it, and it's been completely designed, and I believe it'll be going to bids for construction relatively soon. Margaret or Kevin could probably give us the exact date, but it's imminent, the widening of that.
Because what I read recently was decades, but if
it's not decades.
No,
Margaret, I don't know if you're listening or not, but maybe you could.
And how far will it go down, David? Because will it go how far?
My understanding is it's going to, so Cypress Creek Town Center did 4 or 6 lane it. Clark, was it 4 or 6 lanes that you guys built?
he wasn't paying attention.
The part in front of, can you just come up and answer me?
In front of
6, okay, so Cypress Creek Town Center 6-laned it to their northern boundary. The county is going to be, I believe, 4-laning it from that point up to its existing 4-lane. The county also 4-laned it coming from the interstate south to, I forget the name of the road, just south of Old Pasco Road.
Okay, it's 4 lanes to Veterans School.
So it will, when it's done, it will be at least 4 lanes the whole way.
Okay. That was my concern.
And Margaret can weigh in if I misstated any of what hopefully she's listening. Unless somebody else from staff is listening that wants to correct me from wrong. Anybody want to rescue me? Because I don't know if I'm saying that right.
I was on the Justin, I didn't hear what you said.
That's
The
good.
question is, when are we widening Wesley Chapel Boulevard and how many lanes will it be?
We are getting ready to advertise Wesley Chapel Boulevard within the next, I'd say 3 months. It has to go through final approval with FDOT. And it will go out for advertising for about 3 months. So I would say in about 6 months we'll have our low bids. And then it's usually 3 months after that before we actually start construction. So it is actively moving towards construction.
And is it going to be 4 lanes?
It's gonna be a 6-lane roadway.
Oh, 6 lanes. Okay, even better.
Yeah.
To answer your question?
Yes, sir.
So call whoever wrote that article and square them away, will you?
It's definitely not decades. Whoever told you that.
No, it's gonna be, you're gonna see it under construction within 9 months, I'd say.
Fake news.
Part of a decade.
I can't give up my source on the article. Other than I thought it was a publication from the county or some
All right.
relatively legitimate source.
So,
Anyway, you answered the question, thank you.
any questions for the presenter? No? Is there, there's nobody online, I assume, right?
We have no one online for this
Okay.
item.
Anyone from the audience here to speak? Amy? Okay,
I move that we approve
all right.
PC 12.
We have a motion.
I'll second.
A second. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. All right, now we're moving. Great job.
We're now on to P14.
See how much better you were than the last one?
It's because it wasn't Liam's.
I'd make a comment, but I know we're being recorded, so.
Oh, what the heck? Live on the edge. What's next?
P14.
P14.
Okay.
Hi, good afternoon. Brian Junker with the Long Range Planning Department.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so my project is PDD 230203. It's a large-scale comprehensive plan amendment, CPAL 2210 Greenfield Place West Industrial. To add to the record, we would like to receive and file a map reflecting an additional parcel that the county would like to include within this amendment.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Perfect. Here's the site location. The site is located on the South Market area. The proposal is a large-scale comprehensive plan amendment, amending future land use map 215 and sheet 5 from Res 3 Residential and EC Employment Center to IL Light Industrial on approximately 103.84 acres of real property located to the north of Shady Hills Road, east of the Suncoast Parkway, along Southwind Lane, approximately 1.5 miles north of State Road 52, providing for area pillars, severability, and an effective date. The proposed project is, the location is in Llano Lakes. The resolution is to amend Flu Map 2-15 and Sheet 5 from Res 3 and EC to IL. There is a associated rezoning petition under RC 7696, Greenfield West Place, MPUD. The following policies of the comprehensive plan support the proposed amendment. This is an aerial map of the site location. Here is the site location. This is figure 21, and it's an area of interest number 3 located in State Road 52 and the Suncoast Parkway. And I would like to expand a little bit more on it. Just as a brief history, and on it in 2022, the Office of Economic Growth and the Planning Department requested the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council, TVRPC, to prepare a study of the industrial uses trend in Pasco and an analysis of the potential strategies for the county to reserve enough industrial land to support future job growth in our county. So, definition of what is an area of interest as per the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council. They delineate the areas that are appropriate for further analysis as potential future industrial sanctuary overlay zone in Pasco County, as per the study and analysis. The TVRPC has selected those areas within the county that follow major truck routes and freight rail lines and that are proximate to existing clusters of industrial land, IH, IL, or EC, and has sufficient infrastructure in place for future development. Here is a site location. I wanted to include this slide. I included Suncoast Trail that is abutting the site to the east side. The site is demarcated on red, and there's an archaeological site under the name of Bell Pond. Just for the record, CRAS Phase 1 report has been requested. Here is the site location of 16 land use. Here is the proposed future land use. It's going to be IL, light industrial. And the current zoning, AC. And this is just an additional slide just for board to have a better overview of the surrounding MPUDs with the proposed site of Greenfield Place West Industrial. The recommendation, we recommend the local planning agency find the proposed amendment consistent with the comprehensive plan and recommend approval to the Board of County Commissioners. I would like to add, with the inclusion of parcel ID 3124 18 00 00 00 00 2 00 00 being approximately 190 acres from Res 3 and EC to IL.
Mr. Chair, can I make a comment?
Yeah.
Brian, if Planning Commission agrees with you that that parcel should be added, I think you need to update your PowerPoint and your agenda memo to make it clear that, because all of your maps are only showing the northern parcel, and all your acreages are only for the northern parcel. I just want to make sure that if Planning Commission recommends adding that piece, that you're going to update all of your exhibits and acreages to reflect that.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, and I guess on those same lines, like the parcel number that you gave is a little, I guess I'm a little confused. I see the red box and I see the pink shaded. The pink shaded is the parcel that got added to this, correct?
On the map that you have on hand, correct?
Yes.
The one to the south.
So the red box is just to kind of give you this is the area?
Yeah,
the additional property. The pink box on the top is what's in the current.
Yeah, that's what I originally thought, but I think, John, I think that the added parcel is only the pink shade
That's correct,
inside
yeah.
the red box. It's
Yes,
not the entire
yes,
red box.
That's correct.
Because I saw it jump across the parkway, and I'm like, well, what's over there on the other side of the parkway? But it does not. I just wanted to clarify.
hopefully that parcel ID matches the pink box.
It does.
It does, yeah. I just checked.
Yeah.
It's this part here, right?
Yeah. This is Nectario's Pizos Planning Development. The added parcel is the one that's due south of the highlighted parcel that's in red. And that one is approximately 195 acres or so. Just to be clear for the public to see which parcel we're talking about.
Gotcha. Okay, any other questions?
I have a comment. I was just looking on, as I looked over this on, there's a section about the schools. It's on page, where was it, 187 of the document. It just says something about not proposing an increase in density. And whenever I send a comment to the county, I always say, let me see, and I'm going to rewrite. I'm sending an email to Brian. School district has no comments as the IL flu classification will not generate student impact to the school district. So if you could include that in to the count when it goes to the board. Yes, sir. It's a minor thing, but it's not increasing density. I wouldn't have put that in there. So I'll send you an email. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? No? Barbara?
Barbara Wilhite, 6327 Grand Boulevard, still. Mark this day. This is almost 300 acres of property on the Suncoast Parkway going to an industrial land use, which is what the county so desires and needs. Most of this property is Res 3 land use, 3 units per acre, residential. Some of it, there's a small portion of EC. The reason for the confusion about the acreage is staff called a week or so ago and said, would your client owns both parcels, the northern parcel 103 acres, the southern parcel 195, and the staff asked, would your client be willing to bring it all into IL? And my client thought about it and said, I'll do that. So we're pretty proud of it. I think there's a couple residents here where I don't know what their questions or comments are, but I do understand from Denise that a couple people signed up, so I think you want to hear from them and we'll come back and talk to you all. But this is a significant step towards putting inventory in an area that the county is really trying to concentrate a node, an employment node, an light industrial development node, and my client's happy to be part of it.
Is this like an industrial park or a single industrial user?
It can be. We'll see how it goes. The first start is to make it light industrial. We have a companion zoning to IL. That's the first step. The IL will come back before you for both parcels. That's the first step. The property owner is the Dorset family, and they're the property owner. We do not have a developer in hand.
I'd like to just springboard on what my friend to my left said, to your right. When we have spoken in the past about industrial parks, they have sometimes converted to no jobs. And that's what my concern is. Are we talking about property that will bring in manufacturing?
We're talking about property that was going to have houses on it and will now have light industry on it. We can stay with houses.
Beg your pardon?
We can stay with houses if you don't want to take a chance on what the industrial is going to be.
I'm more in favor of light industry.
I would hope so.
But I've heard in the past, and I feel like sometimes I've been sucker punched, when, I advocated, and I've had individuals come to me and say, hey, can you support some light industry in certain parts of the county? And the next thing you know, it's warehousing, it's homes, it's not jobs, it's not manufacturing. And that's my concern, is I'd like to see some very viable manufacturing.
So do I. The project to the north, I think is Clark's client, wherever he went, they're building 1 million square feet. I don't know the user, I think it's manufacturing. So we're talking about an area that's really attracting these types of users. What I would say to your concern is it's 300 acres. So it's going to have the potential for some big users. as opposed to 20 here and 20 there that, are going to be contractors' offices or whatever, and generally in a small. That's why the county is trying to assimilate bigger industrial in that study that Brian referenced. They're trying to assimilate larger parcels so that we're not just talking about small 10, 20 acres where you only have the ability to do small things, but to put together 300 acres in addition to the acreage to the north that's owned by a different company that's putting 1 million square feet on it. And you have the ability to see something here. Again, I represent the property owner. This is the beginning of resetting the vision for this property, and I think we're going in the right direction for sure.
Just a curiosity question, why IL and not IH? I mean, if everything to the west is, I don't have the zoning map in front of me, but I would tell you that the things that are to the west of that, the northwest, could be characterized as IH. You have the Shady Hills wastewater treatment plant, the county's waste to energy plant.
What is it to the north?
I'm not opposed to IL.
Yeah,
Just
to
curious
the north is
why you asked
I-1.
for that.
IL and I-1 to the north.
The other potential issue is, at least on the southern parcel, there are some pretty significant wetland systems there. And the county does, I believe, has policies that prevent new IH from being located in your wetland systems. Like, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong, is that
No, that's
accurate?
correct, that's correct. The applicant and staff can, that's correct.
Okay.
This is something that the PEDC and county staff and economic growth, this is what they've requested of the property, and we're bringing it forward.
Can I ask one question or comment first? So I definitely support the addition of the southern parcel, but the only thing I would ask, Brian, is that you make sure you give Parks and Natural Resources one more attempt just to make comments, because I noticed their comment was they had no comments because there was no environmental concerns. That makes sense on the northern parcel. I just find it hard to believe they would have said that for the southern parcel. They probably at least would have given their standard comments about protecting the wetland systems there. So I just think they should, if they didn't get notice of the additional land, I think they should get notice of it and have a chance to comment.
Yes, sir. I can make sure that they submit something on email regarding the southern parcel that is going to be added. So yes, sir.
They may in fact still have no comment. I'm not trying to put words in their mouth. I've seen the comments from them in the past. I find it hard to believe that's the comment they would have made on the southern parcel.
Understood.
Okay, anything else?
Yeah, just real quick, I guess the Barbara would access Southwind Lane and then out to Shady Hills Road?
Speaking of access,
Yeah,
let's call it Mr. Henry.
all right.
We've got him here still.
Mr. Henry?
Let's make him come up and talk.
Steve Henry, Langston Associates, 5023 West Laurel. So, Sam, we haven't obviously done analysis for this, but the access would obviously be South Winds and Hudson in that area.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Hobby?
Mr. Chairman, Clark Hobby, 109 North Brush Street, Tampa, Florida. I have been sworn. I was just going to say real quickly, so I do represent the folks with the property to the north that are building a really nice large light industrial project, which is the first one really in this area, I mean in a larger area that's been built in quite some time. But I was sent here today because we have clients that own some of the larger heavy industrial projects to the west, and they didn't know enough about what was going on and were concerned that this was going to add more residential immediately adjacent to them. So this ends up being great for us. And I just really wanted to say, I mean, I get the heavy industrial stuff is all concentrated west of Softwind, and for me, it's a great transition down. If you're going to have residential on the east side, yeah, you're separated by the parkway, but you need to be stepping down from the heavy industrial as you're coming towards where the residential is going to be in the other part of this planned project. So for me, this is great for the county. The IL is really our best job generating future land use classification. So, I mean, this is great. It's better than more Res 3. So, thanks.
All right, thank you, Clark. Anyone else?
Yes, we have Jen Kerouac, who has signed up to speak on this item, and Steve White.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Jen Kerouac, 15925 Green Glen Lane, Spring Hill, Florida. I am here to advocate for the folks of Shady Hills. Kind of 34610's gotten lost a little bit, this little area, and it is a very rural area. There's about probably 25 to 30% that are impoverished in the area. There's many homeless in the area. Along with that, there is a significant concern with the traffic that this proposed, the industrial, we're happy to hear about jobs coming to the area, of course, as a result of it being a slightly impoverished area. However, I did as much research as I'm able to do, and I did not find any plans for the improvement of traffic flow, the improvement or installation of sidewalks as it is right now. There's 4 schools on Shady Hills Road, and with one of them being a private school, but the other 3, there's issues with traffic, there's accidents, people are being hit by cars because there are no sidewalks. And so the concern obviously is, really the property to the north already with the projection of approximately 500 jobs and the cars and the traffic that indicates. And right now we have kids walking to school, riding their bikes, on the side of the road, and it's become very dangerous. And I think that, sometimes we forget that people don't know what they don't know because they don't know it. And so when they see the signs posted and everyone's doing their due diligence to try and make folks aware, they don't often know what that means. And again, you're dealing with a slightly impoverished area. So the infrastructure is a significant concern of mine and the folks that, I came to speak, and advocate for them. Child safety is a significant issue. Lack of street lighting, the road conditions. I would be way more than my 3 minutes if I would go on. And a lot of them, again, the concern is their taxes going up, so they don't want to mention anything about the roads. When I ask them, have you talked to anybody? This is a major concern because had nobody been hit, had there not been any issues, had there never been car accidents, but I can tell you, I see it all the time. The Little League fields there, the parks there. We don't have the use of the community center. There's a lack of bathrooms. I could go on and on. So the influx that this will bring, I'm sure people who work there will need housing, and there's a lack of affordable housing in the areas it is. So obviously the concern when you transition this property south into light industrial with the hope that it would bring jobs, we just would like to see the plans with regards to how we're going to address getting kids to school safely, having safe roads, having traffic lights, having proper lighting, when it's dark out. All those things are not addressed as far as I could see. So
Okay.
I appreciate your time.
Thank you for coming. I think you were the first one here and the last one to speak, huh?
I'm sorry?
First one here and last one to speak. I saw you downstairs. I think you were the first one.
I was the
Yeah.
first one here, and I told you you were famous. I knew who you were.
That's not always a good thing.
So if anybody has any questions, otherwise I'm happy to let Mr. White.
Okay, very good. Mr. White, come on up. Take your time, sir.
My name is Steve White, 16442 Breakwater Lane, Shady Hills, Florida. I'm here today to reiterate some of the things that Jen spoke of regarding the infrastructure. You know, I'm a business owner, so it's good news to have pro-growth. It's good news that it's light industrial instead of heavy industrial. I take some issue with the gentleman saying that most of the traffic that will be going to this new area is going to come in off of Hudson and Hayes, because the traffic on Shady Hills Road and you know, the businesses that go in there, 550 to the plastics company, you know, many of them residents are going to be coming from south of 52, north of 52, Hernando County. The main thoroughfare there is Shady Hills Road. As Jen said, there are 4 school districts on Shady Hills Road right now. Only one of the 4 has adequate parking for the drop off and pickup of the children. If you drive down Shady Hills Road during the pickup and delivery, you will see numerous cars on the shoulder of the road. This creates a safety hazard. The private school that is closest to 52, the cars are actually in the median of the road and on the side. The ones that are coming from the north are in the middle of the road. The ones coming from the south are on the shoulder of the road. And so, you know, I believe that poses a serious problem. You know, I bought my property there in 1987. I thought it was going to be my retirement dream home. I have 5 acres there. When I bought it, it was Bluebird Lane. They took that designation away and called it Breakwater Lane. Me and my wife have had a kind of a bird sanctuary there. So we feed all the birds. We know, you know, how it was originally. It's not like that anymore. In the morning I come out, I can smell the stench of the dump. I can hear the noise from the veterans. The congestion getting out on Shady Hills Road is unbelievable. Sometimes I sit there for 7 minutes before I get a break in the traffic that allows me to get onto Shady Hills Road and travel south. So, you know, those are some of the concerns. I also have a concern with, you know, how the information. I noticed yesterday I drove down Southwind and I looked for the sign that said that there was a meeting today about the zoning change. There's one sign, it's 50 feet from the edge of the road, and I couldn't read it from where I could pull my car off on the shoulder. I actually have a picture of it in my phone. I was not able to print it. My printer went down this morning. So, you know, originally when that property for the plastic plant was rezoned in 2016, 2017, there were 2 signs put up on the property. And I know there are other avenues which the people do, you know, notice in the newspaper and stuff like that. But I don't know that it's adequate to allow the people in the community to be fully informed about the changes that are happening in our community. And so that's of concern to me, because I went back and I looked, and I have some information on the dates, and I'm sorry that I'm running a little long. But originally, just like this, you know, March 2nd and then the 7th is the BBC meeting. Originally, it was 11:30 of 2016, and then 1/24 of 2017 when it was approved. So we had a 24-day window to let all of the residents in the community know exactly what was going on. The the parameters are 500 feet. They have to send out a mailer to individuals who are within 500 feet to let them know. Well, I have the affidavit attesting to providing public notice here, and they sent out 15 public notices to these individuals who, you know, only 5 or 6 of them are actually residents in the community. And the rest are people who may have a vested interest in that property being rezoned. And again, you know, I want to see economic development come into an economically depressed area. I just want to be ensured that the residents of this community get some benefit from these zoning changes, this light industrial coming, other than the employment. We have a small civic center. We cannot use it. It's currently being leased to Christina Fitzpatrick, who was a county commissioner. We would like to start a Shady Hills Civic Association to be a liaison between the government and the people in the community so that they have a better understanding of what's transpiring in their community. Shady Hills Road is certainly severely congested as it is. It is deteriorating rapidly because of the heavy use, because of the trucks going into the dump, because of the industrial, you know, area. And I'm concerned because, and maybe Richard can, you know, give me a little information on this. Cruz Lake Middle School, I've been told that there is a high school being planned either directly behind or beside Cruz Lake Middle School. If the plastic plant is going to add 550 jobs, and those people, you know, at least half of them are going to come down, enter and egress on Shady Hills Road. If you add this initial or more of the light industrial, well, we can expect to double or triple that. If we don't do something about Shady Hills Road now, when are we going to be able to do it? Is it going to be harder later when we have all this additional traffic going down the road to, you know, one lane it, stop the traffic and everything? Because it's, you know, it's a pretty serious congested area as it is. And, you know, I'm concerned that there's a lot of tax money taken out of the immediate area and very little is returned to the immediate area. The small park that many of the residents who are maybe economically, you know, depressed use, mothers with their small children, they go to the park. There's no facilities, there's no bathroom facilities in the park. There is a bathroom facility down the road where the baseball facilities are, but it is only open during the time that the leagues are playing baseball.
Sir?
The community...
Yeah, sir, you know, I'm trying to give you as much time as I can, but you've gone over about 4 times as much as you're supposed to.
All right. Well, you gentlemen get the gist of my concern.
I know exactly what you're saying. But I think you also need to understand that, you know, one development that comes in an area is not going to cure all the ills that you may or may not have. So we're going to address those questions that you have and get answers, and maybe we can come up with a plan. But I'm just saying that, you know, these problems don't happen overnight and they don't get solved overnight, but we're going to do the best we can.
I will say that your comments on public notice are not falling on deaf ears, and I'm pretty sure that everybody in this room can say that I've pretty much championed giving a lot better public notice, and there have been marked improvements in the public notice process since I got here.
Yeah, maybe
and I know that there are other things in the work. I know that Mr. Pitos's team is working on larger signs now at the request of the commissioners. So I wish it could all been fixed overnight, but I know that they're working to fix those things. And since last summer, there have been great strides in better public notice.
maybe the post office could have a sign, because many of the individuals, maybe some of the you know, the businesses along the road, the sign could be posted there, you know, because it doesn't just affect the residents, but it affects everybody who uses that
Sir, how
thoroughfare.
did you find out about this meeting?
Pardon me?
How did you know about the meeting? What notice caught your eye?
Miss Jen, pastor at Shady Hills Methodist Church, I was out and about because I think I read it somewhere about it. No, what I did was I drove past the huge industrial, you know, light industrial complex being built across from the school. And that was actually the first that I had realized that, you know, that zoning had been changed back in 2017. And so, you know, that's when I noticed, and I said, you know, what's going on here?
So you saw the sign then?
No, I saw the construction going on. At first I thought it was going to be apartment complexes across from Maria
Well, what I'm asking is, how did you know to show up today?
Oh,
That was
Jen told me that there was a meeting today. I asked her, I went in and I went to talk to the little community center, and I talked to Christina. She told me that there was a meeting. You know, I was out in the community talking to.
So you found out by word of mouth? Somebody?
Pretty much, yes. Yeah.
So also, just so you understand, our responsibility is to not notify the residents, but notify the property owners. So there may be a resident there, but they may not be the property owner.
Right, but I'm a property owner, and
the
I
notice
never
goes to the people that are paying the taxes on the property.
Yeah.
It's the surrounding property owners, to be clear.
Right.
Not everybody in the town.
But only within 500 feet.
Yeah, I
of
understand
the
what you're
existing.
saying. All I'm saying is
And like the property on
if the
Southland,
property is rented,
there
it
are
won't go
no
to them.
Some of
residents.
these are advertised at a 500-foot radius from the property, and others are 1,000-foot. Just, it's a curiosity question. Was this 500 or 1,000?
This one would be 500 because the comp plan is higher than Res 1.
And because of where that property is located, there are very few residences within 500 feet. You have the school across, and then you go around the corner, and then you have Cruz Lake Middle School. So, you know, very few residents were actually notified.
That might be something we'll look
You
at
know,
in the
so,
future.
you know, any help, you know, I know the residents have a responsibility to be aware of what's going on in their community, but I also feel that government has a responsibility to reach out as best they can to let all of the citizens who are affected, not just the residents, because you know, it does speak to that being a main thoroughfare. And, you know, I don't know how many cars go down Shady Hills Road a day, but I'm certain it is substantial.
Well, David, specifically in regards to this, I just pulled up the affidavit that we have in our agenda packet, and it's only that northern piece. So was there any notice for the addition of the?
So it's going to get renoticed for the board. That's
It'll be renoticed? Okay.
Yeah, so the way this got to you procedurally was a little different than normal. What was noticed for this meeting was just the northern piece. That's an accurate statement. That's why staff has requested, as part of your recommendation, to add the southern piece. If you recommend that the southern piece be added, the notice going to the Board of County Commissioners will include the southern piece.
Okay. Can I ask a question? Are there any plans for Shady Hills Road? You know, have they allotted money to buy the right-of-ways to widen the road yet? Because when you add this, is the high school going to be built?
We're gonna,
Middle school.
excuse me, you ask a number of questions. We're gonna try to get those answers for you.
Okay.
Rather than just one at a time. I know Richard can probably talk about the schools, and some other people here can talk about roads and future developments and such as that, lighting, you know, traffic, such as I made some notes. So let's see what we find out about it.
All right. Well, thank you for your time, gentlemen.
And I appreciate you coming. Yeah, I know.
You know, it is our intention, me and Jen's intention, to start a Shady Hills Civic Association.
That's a good idea.
So that, you know, we can, you know, really kind of hold your feet to the fire and make sure that we're not forgotten, because we do feel forgotten.
I heard she can be mean.
Yeah.
And sir, I would encourage you, our code actually does require that notice to registered neighborhood organizations. So that was a change we made to the code probably 4 or 5 years ago. So if you are creating that type of organization, you need to make sure you register it with the county.
Oh, yes, we're in it.
So
We're
that
just in the
organization
fledgling
gets
stages.
notice of these types of applications.
Okay, yes. We will meet all the requirements.
That way you'll get the notice as an organization.
Yes. All right.
Comment, Denise, did I understand you to say that the radius of notice was based on the comp plan designation?
That's correct.
Well, I guess that's something I'll have a chat with the commissioners about, but maybe that ought to be based on the zoning and the actual use of the land right there. Yeah, we may designate it for 25 years down the road to be Res 6, not Res 9 or Res 24, but that ain't what Shady Hills area is today. It's
Right.
much more rural than what
Exactly.
the future land use map might show. So.
Denise, what is the distance for a registered neighbor organization? Do you remember?
I'll look at the code real quick
My
because I don't
recollection is
recall.
it's a mile.
I think it's a mile.
Much further than 500 feet for registered neighborhood organizations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you coming.
For your time.
Is there anybody else to speak? So Barb, do you want to come up and answer some of those questions about traffic and lighting and all that stuff? Schools, Richard can talk about schools.
Yeah, I'll mention when it's time.
Barbara Wilhite for the applicant. Those are all county questions that you were asked. So county staff needs to address those. I mean, Steve can talk about the project itself, but all those questions are really questions for the county to answer. They're broader than just this property and this project. And I took note of the notice issues, and we will make sure that,
So,
trying
Mr.
to do
Chair,
better,
I
but-
think, and I'm all for county staff answering questions, but in my opinion, it should be limited to those that this project impacts. So, with all due respect to the gentleman, I'm not saying he doesn't have legitimate concerns, but generally a light industrial project does not impact schools. I mean, that's what Mr. Tonello said earlier.
But it might with traffic on Shady.
Traffic, yes, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think we should concentrate on what this land use amendment will impact. The gentleman has very legitimate concerns about parks and schools, but those are larger county issues that aren't impacted by this project. So we should probably focus on what this project impacts, which the primary thing it does impact is probably roads and utilities. I didn't hear concern about utilities, so. Lighting, yeah, I mean, although lighting's typically addressed by land development code requirements.
Yeah, standards.
We have standards for lighting in the land development code, so, and then we're at the land use amendment stage. Typically, you don't deal with that kind of site-specific, that's more of a site plan issue.
I think it's more of the ability to give them some clarification on where that all falls in.
So, but I mean, I think the part of this project does impact is the roadway network. And so I think somebody should address that. I don't know who the best person to address it is, because I could try, but I'm not the expert. So I don't know if somebody from staff or.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think his biggest question is, are there plans to widen, not required by this project, but does the county have plans to make improvements to Shady Hills Road?
So what I do know is we did have a meeting as it relates to the project to the east of this, because you're about to see another land use amendment coming in on the east side of the Suncoast, which is right in the middle of where Shady Hills Road is. We have had conversations with that applicant about Shady Hills Road. I don't believe the county has any immediate plans to widen Shady Hills Road, but that's something that probably will be looked at. And is Steve doing the traffic analysis for Greenfields?
Yes.
So maybe he could address it. I don't believe we have any immediate plans to widen Shady Hills Road. We have had discussions with the applicant about potentially fixing the kink in Shady Hills Road, but that's all just preliminary conversations. Steve may want to address what the status of Shady Hills Road or.
Well, the reality is, with this one, and even the one on the east side, and obviously hearing this, we'll look at that a little closer, but this one is exempt from doing any kind of needs assessment because it is IL. So we actually didn't do an analysis for us because it's exempt from that. The one on the east side actually is exempt also because it's actually approved for more entitlements than what we're asking for. But obviously, hearing this, we'll certainly look at that a little closer for that hearing. But we didn't do any analysis for this one since it's exempt. But from a standpoint of Shady Hills Road, there is nothing in the CIP. There is a route study done to 4-lane that road, and ultimately in the vision plan, it is intended to be 4 lanes, but there is nothing in the current plan for that wide.
So, Steve, I don't believe, though, that the east side would be exempt from timing and phasing when the zoning comes in, right?
It is because it is currently, it's currently zoned for more entitlement.
Oh, it has
traffic than what we're proposing, yes. It's actually a decrease in the amount of traffic.
I forgot that it got zoned approval. Hasn't it been here already? Okay.
Yes, yes.
That's what I said on the planning commission years ago.
So it's your fault.
That's right. Back's fault. I remember the case.
So,
yeah, we still have to do access management.
I still think since the questions comes up, Steve, you probably should at least be able to answer, or somebody should be able to answer, is Shady Hills okay from a capacity standpoint when all this development comes in?
With knowing this, we will be definitely look at that with next hearing.
But I think it's probably an even bigger issue when the east side one comes in.
Yes.
I think Steve's correct. We typically don't want to hold up a light industrial project over a traffic issue. The one on the east side is got significantly more commercial and residential, and it directly, Shady Hills runs right through the middle of it. So I think it's probably a more legitimate concern for the east side than this one. I'm not saying this project doesn't have any impact on Shady Hills, but the east side has an even bigger impact.
Okay. Steve, in your mind, access to this coming from the south is more likely to come from Hayes to Hudson, correct?
Correct. I think for this one, you're more likely to come from there, just because that's an easier route to 52.
Well, if you're coming from Spring Hill.
Right, you're coming down
here.
Right.
From the north.
That's what I'm saying, coming north from
north, yes, but from the south, you're more likely on this side. On the other side, you're more likely to use Shady Hills when you're coming up from 52.
I'll just say that I buzz up to Spring Hill a lot and back, and I could use the Parkway to get there, and I drive on Shady Hills Road.
To get
up to where Mariner Boulevard.
And Mariner is 4-lane all the way up. Anyone coming from south.
Excuse me, sir, we're not allowed to talk from the audience, I apologize, but.
No, and again, from the north, I would agree, Shady Hills for sure.
Nonetheless, you're exempt at this point in the process, so I mean, we're getting ahead of ourselves.
Yep.
But I think one of the main points that was made by, forgive me if I'm using your first name, Jen, is that it's an impoverished area. It needs, what it needs, not more than anything else, is a place to be able to go to work. And, that's sort of the foundation of anything that's going to improve over time. And that's what I was talking about earlier when we had this last application. When you approve a development, it needs to bring something to the area that it doesn't have, something that makes it a better area. And I think this certainly does. These jobs are needed by people. If we can only get them to take those jobs.
I'm in agreement with you. And while we're talking about jobs in Shady Hills and conflict zonings, there's a boatload of them in Shady Hills that need to be cleaned up, and somebody needs to get on that. There are a lot of conflict zonings in the Shady Hills area, and I have had lots of clients come through my office only to disappoint them, to tell them that they can't go create a job there right now. That needs to get fixed.
All right, so, I for one, am very much in favor of this because it gives us the foundation to do what needs to be done there, and that's to bring an economy to that area that it doesn't have. And so,
Mr. Chairman, I just want to make one more comment on transportation, because it's not obvious from this map, but the county does have a road on its vision network that would realign Hudson Avenue and actually go through the middle of this project and then cross over the Suncoast and connect to Shady Hills Road. So, and we've actually already discussed with the applicant on the other side, reserving right-of-way for that future vision road. So the county does have a long-term vision of creating more of a grid in this area, so not all the traffic is using Shady Hills Road.
That's good. Okay. Any other questions or comments from up here?
You want me to address the school stuff?
Well, you can, just for the sake of those questions that were, but I think David was right. You know, it's not something that this industrial area doesn't really affect the schools.
Yeah.
I think you'll agree.
Yeah, definitely. As far as that high school, we bought Cruz Lake in 2005. There was a lot of, as you know, before the market crashed in 07, so we just bought it as far as a site. We usually call them bank sites, so it sits there. In the next 5 to 10 years, I doubt that we're going to build anything, but we have the property there, so it's there. Okay. Any kind of safety concerns that are out there, I'm not aware of anyone that was hit by a car. I would think it would be all over the newspaper if a student was hit by a car, but we have a traffic safety committee. Any issues that come up, it's the county, traffic safety department, the sheriff's office, and the school district. We meet regularly, and we address any issues. So if there are safety issues out there, we address them.
So they can call you.
Pardon?
So they can call you, right?
No, they don't. They call the guy down the hall. And I did send an email to the guy down the hall, Tom Perrone.
Okay. So there's a number to call, though.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. All right. Any other comments?
Just
questions?
We never talked about the archaeological site. That's not something that I'm overly concerned with. But just FYI to the owner, from someone that's been here there most of their life, over by your middle school, if you go dig around, it's not too hard to find arrowheads, spearheads, bones, and you're probably going to find some things there. So I don't know what's involved in a cultural resources assessment, but that's probably a hoop you're going to have to jump through at some point.
Trying to find the slide real quick. Okay, right there. Okay, so it's the Bell Pond Archaeological Site, and yes, it was notified to the applicant that a cross report phase 1 will be required on the site plan portion of the project. The applicant did submit a cross report, but it was dated from 2014 and was a draft. So we requested our applicant to please submit a more up-to-date.
It's not something that's going to make me deny this project, just giving them the heads up that you might find something. So
Yes.
But I have no idea what's involved in that.
Yes, it was notified to the client, so from the comprehensive plan, it will trickle down all the way through the to the project. So yeah, they are aware, and we're making it known that there is an archaeological site there.
Brian, can I ask you one more question? So have you had any discussions with the applicant about a future connection to the Suncoast Trail? We are starting to see more demand by employers to have access to trail networks for their employees. So it's not just a residential issue. Something for both the applicant and staff to think about is maybe that'd be a useful thing to plan for, is at least one connection to the Suncoast Trail for their employees.
Yes.
Employees like to recreate during lunch, et cetera. And I think my point is that even for employers, they view it as an amenity to an employment center. And so it's something the staff and the applicant may want to think about as this goes through the process.
Yes, I do agree, and yes, we will be working with the applicant, and we're gonna be looking into it, so we can add it into our project for our future hearings, yes.
Okay.
Did that answer your question? I do apologize.
Yeah, I think so. Anything else from anybody? Nope. All right. Anybody from the audience that we haven't heard from? Okay, nobody online, right? Okay.
No one is online.
Motion to approve?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries.
Thank
you. All right, so the remaining items are the Design Standards Manual was supposed to be a presentation item only, and then PC 15, just modifications to the Land Development Code.
Is this gonna be quick?
So those items, staff was going to request we still want to request a continuance to the May 4th, 2023 local planning agency meeting at 1:30 in Dade City. I do have Margaret Smith, the county engineer, and some other team members on WebEx to discuss the items, but basically we did meet with individual planning commission members yesterday and did get some good feedback, and we want to include, as this moves through the process, but understand that it's a process, to work on language that would include the LPA or the planning commission as a reviewer in a notice public hearing for design standards that are not established by the FDOT minimum standards or that are more stringent than the latest edition of the minimum FDOT standards. In order to do that, we want to move through because we presented something else to the horizontal roundtable, so we want to show the horizontal roundtable as changes. We also need to make modifications to section 204, which is the planning commission and the planning commission's duties. So we'll have to notice that as well as we bring that forward. Again, the Margaret Smith, the county engineer, is on. I believe Justin Grant, who's the acting assistant county administrator for for the public infrastructure branch, is on as well to provide any comments or answer any questions that the LPA may have on this item.
I asked that we have a discussion, and he sent an email to us all this morning before the meeting, and I quickly emailed her back and said I would like to have a discussion. The reason I wanted to have a discussion was Jamie wasn't here last time. He was the other technical person that they were going looking to him, and so I haven't had the luxury of being able to hear his opinions on the matter. And the other thing is, although I complained at the last hearing about not being invited to the horizontal roundtable meeting, I did get an invite, thank you, but then I noticed that Jamie was on it, so I decided it might be a sunshine law problem if I participated, so I opted not to participate, so I'm hoping he can maybe fill me in a little bit. This is our chance to do this without violating the sunshine laws.
David, I guess first, it's clarification on the sunshine law. If John and I are both in the same horizontal roundtable meeting,
You really should not be discussing at even a horizontal roundtable a matter that could come before the planning commission. In this particular case, the matter is before you, so we know it's reasonably foreseeable that it's going to come before you. And so, yes, I think John made the right decision in not attending the horizontal roundtable meeting because it's coming before you.
Okay.
But
I just
to
wanted
be clear, that
clarification.
last horizontal roundtable did not include a matter that was, it didn't include the design standards manual.
Well,
It was just
still on the agenda,
it was just a
I got-
horizontal roundtable. Right, and as old business, but the new business, that was not gonna be.
Yeah,
But I mean, I think John's basic point is that he has no way of knowing what's going to be discussed at the horizontal roundtable. I mean, I guess you could look at the agenda. He doesn't know what Jamie may or may not bring up at horizontal roundtable, and if it implicates something that's going to come to planning commission, then there's a potential sunshine law problem.
No, I just wanted clarification. If
My general
that's the
advice would
case,
be
it's
that
fine.
it's better if only one of you attend that meeting.
Is it okay if, because there's meetings that I cannot make, is it okay if I reach out to John and say, John, I'm not going to be at this meeting, can you be at this meeting?
Yes, that's acceptable, because you're not talking about the substance, you're not talking about the substance of what's
Right.
coming before, but
Okay.
if you're just orchestrating which one of you is going to attend, that's fine.
Okay.
But as a general rule, I prefer that you not both attend it, since a lot of what goes to horizontal roundtable are amendments to the land development code. That's right, Denise, most of the amendments to the land development code do go to the horizontal roundtable, so yes, they're likely to come to planning commission.
Okay, well, and that's good to know. And I guess to answer John's first question about my take on the whole design standards manual and the issue that's before us, I guess first, Denise clarified that it was not talked about at the horizontal roundtable meeting, at the last horizontal roundtable meeting. In regards to the manual and what's here before us again today and going to be continued to May now, I did watch twice actually, watch the February 2nd hearing. The first time I was on vacation, and I think my wife was about to kill me because I was sitting at the table watching this thing, and she's like, "How much longer is this going to go on?" But irregardless,
It's the same thing we were saying.
yeah, exactly. But anyways, I do appreciate the amount of effort that the county has put forth. I know Margaret's put forth, and unfortunately, it doesn't seem like before she's gone, she's going to be able to see this through. And I know she would probably like to see this go through and get it wrapped up. But that being said, I think the contents, and I believe this is for the most part what was said at the last meeting, but the contents of the design standard manual as it's written, I know it's gone through a bunch of vetting with the horizontal roundtable and various committees and groups, work groups, etc. Personally, I don't have a huge issue with the contents and what's contained as a whole in the design standards manual. I believe a lot of what is in the manual itself was just basically cut and paste out of the land development code. I do, at first I was a little taken aback and I didn't understand, and I still don't 100% understand why there's a problem with the way it's written now and in the land development code. I know where to find it. I don't have a problem, but when you start mixing things up, and sometimes it's in the land development code, sometimes it's in the design standards manual, that just becomes problematic. But hey, I've got to learn new things every day, so it's just I add that to the list. I do, however, my biggest concern and my biggest problem with the whole process and taking things out of the land development code and the design standards manual was any kind of representation or suggestion or request to approve any modifications to that manual administratively. Because I foresee, and I'm sure I'm not wrong, that design standards manual is going to continue to evolve. There's things that are going to be added to that design standards manual covering other items than roads and stormwater that are contained in there now. There's going to be new players involved. There's going to be new requests. There's going to be, I've seen it throughout the county and various other places where you have a project that comes up on one side of the county and one project has something go wrong, and all of a sudden the whole standards change for the entire county. And that causes a big problem. I'm really concerned with that. I think that when this comes back to us, there has to be some kind of language in there. I fully understand if there's reference in a design standards manual that things need to be done per DOT standards or state standards. I mean, the county doesn't have the authority to change what those standards require. But there's a whole lot of...
To be clear, we can't have less stringent standards.
Correct.
We
That's
could have
right.
more stringent standards.
That's correct. But there's a whole lot of things contained in the design standards manual, even as it's written today, that don't have anything to do with state standards and aren't governed by state standards. I mean, there's a laundry list of things. I mean, there's typical cross sections for roadways. There's pavement width. There's lane widths. There's all kinds of things that aren't governed by the state standards.
So let me just try to address that, and Ms. Smith can weigh in if she wants to. What staff tried to do, they did honestly listen to the last planning commission meeting and understood everybody's concerns, and they weren't trying to subvert the Constitution.
I think they were.
What this really is it's a balance between transparency and efficiency. Okay, and so what staff has now proposed, and Denise kind of hinted at it, is a kind of a middle ground. Because staff has to try to get the manual to the point where if the development committee says, hey, there's a problem with one of these design standards, you need to go fix this quickly, that it could be done fairly efficiently without going through the normal land development code amendment process, which requires 3 notice public hearings. So what staff is going to propose to you when this comes back in 2 months is a middle ground, which says basically, if it's DOT standards, those are just sort of self-amending based on the state minimum standards. But if it's any of the things that Jamie just mentioned, which is a county standard that's not regulated by DOT, correct, or if it's more stringent than DOT standards, those would come to the planning commission at a notice public hearing. Planning Commission would make a recommendation, and that would go to the board for a final approval. But the board's final approval would be by resolution, which would not require 2 more public hearings. So basically, it's a middle ground, which basically says it's not gonna have to go through the full 3 public hearing process that a land development code amendment would, but it would still come to the Planning Commission for a recommendation before the board adopts it by final resolution, which might be on the board's consent agenda if there's no controversy. But the board, if there is controversy about it, the board could pull it from consent and have a discussion. It's a middle ground because it still gives you a chance to weigh in on it, but it also doesn't say you're the final approval authority. It's ultimately the board that's the final approval authority. So, but it's a quicker process than amending the land development code because it requires, amending the land development code requires 3 public hearings. So let me just give you an example of one we had recently. The development community was really gung-ho about we need to get rid of as-builts for building permits, or is that what we got rid of? The as-built requirement. And the building department agreed that it should we should get rid of it except for in flood hazard areas. But the building department wanted to implement it immediately. And unfortunately, we had to say, it's in your land development code. You can't just waive something that's in your land development code. You gotta go through the process to do that. So it required 3 public, a bunch of write-up and 3 public hearings to do all that. If that could be done in a more streamlined process, maybe just 1 public hearing in front of the Planning Commission, that's still better than, the full process.
So if we're gonna do that, and I'm not necessarily opposed, then let's get all the design criteria in the manual. Right now, it's only the things that are under the county engineer's purview. There are design standards regarding parking, there are design standards regarding landscaping, and I'm with Jamie, I gotta use this code every day. It is not convenient for me to look in the code for this policy, go to the design standard manual to find this criteria,
So let me
go to the development manual to find out which tree I can put in what place. Let's house them in one place, and
Can I just address that there real quick? Because I have so much, I use the land development code every day too. I don't use it the same extent you all do, but I'm always looking at it. And what Margaret reminded me of, and that she can speak to it too, is that there will be 95% of the people who look at their code, they look at it online. They don't have a book. I mean, I look at it online, everybody I know looks at it online. And so the difference with this manual is it's gonna have links in the land development code. So when you go to Muni Code, it's gonna have a link. So if you click on a standard, it's gonna have a link right to the design standards manual.
I can appreciate that. Today we have a development manual, and Brad, I'm not picking on you because Brad and I had this discussion earlier in the week. And in the development manual, there are hyperlinks. Every one of them's broken. How is that helpful?
Well, okay, that's a technology issue that maybe Brad can work on, but, well.
Yeah, we're going to have working hyperlinks. I'm not going to guarantee that we're not going to have some of the same IT issues that they have, but between the hyperlink, we hyperlink from land development code directly into the standards, and if you're in the standards, you can hyperlink right into the land development code. So, effectively, you're basically working with one manual.
Yeah, I mean, I view it as, it's not materially different than if your land development code refers to a table, and you have to click on a link to get to the table. I'm not sure that's materially different than if you have to click on a link to get to a standard that's in the manual.
Well, no, it's all housed, right now, it's all housed in one place. It's all on Muni Code. Okay, we have that land development code. It's entirely on Muni Code. I'm not hyperlinking back between Muni Code and the county's website or the utilities website. It's all in one place.
But if the link worked,
maybe if the design standards were on Muni Code, I might feel differently about that. But if we were in a printed manual form like the old days, I might really like it.
But if the link from Muni Code to the manual actually works, and I understand that we may have some broken links currently.
A lot of
but if the link from Muni Code to the manual actually works, how is that not any different than if it just in the land development code?
Because otherwise, it's right there in front of my face. And I know today
You don't have to rely
where
on
to
the
go
link.
get these. You know, one of the biggest complaints I hear, and I hear it from all my colleagues in engineering, I hear it from the land use attorneys, anybody that's involved in this, I don't know who decided to change the county's website. We all knew where everything was
Right.
on the website.
Yeah.
Today, where it's how many months later
Yeah.
since this website's been changed?
100%.
I can't find a damn thing.
That's the whole, yeah.
That's
That's a whole separate issue, correct.
It needs to get,
Very
just
accurate.
Falls under
restore
the
the old
same
website.
I know.
Yeah, I'm not gonna defend that, because I
And I haven't talked to anybody at the county yet that
You have a
would.
tough time doing it.
Well, if it's not broke, why are we trying to fix it?
What?
Well, I think because I've spoken to Margaret at length about this, I think what she's trying to do though is create some standards that can be changed quicker to react to, you know, the needs of the development committee and the county. I mean, and with all due respect, I don't know that I agree with every standard going to the design standards manual, because I think there's a difference between technical standards to build something and an aesthetic standard. I don't think the Board of County Commissioners is going to want to delegate to the Planning Commission and staff complete authority to decide aesthetic standards. I really don't.
They should, but is the angle and the length of a parking space a design standard? The width, the radius of a return in a parking lot, aren't those design standards? And it's interesting.
And those are standards, yeah, I don't mean to interrupt, Mr. Liberty, but, yeah, those are things that, you know, we've looked at and we've done back and forth, and in fact, we want to move on those like standards. Those are not landscaping standards, those are standards. We went back and forth, of course, on how many elements that were to determine which ones we would put in the manual, which ones we wouldn't. But the manual is easily modified to include those standards that we feel are truly standards.
I guess the point is then let's do it all at once. If we're gonna do it, then let's do it and be done with it. I don't wanna have to go, well, if I want the parking standards, I gotta go to the land development code, but if I wanna know the shoulder width, I gotta go to the design standard manual. And then interestingly enough, the pavement widths right now are proposed to stay resident in the land development code.
Well,
So if
I guess part of this, and Margaret, maybe you can add to this, because I know some of this stuff, as we're kind of working on the fly and trying to meet today's agenda, so there were things that got sent out and there was things that got added. I mean, frankly, I don't even know what version of the development standards, the DSM, that we're talking about today. I mean, I know we talked yesterday in the meeting that we had, like shoulders and some of those issues that were brought up at the last meeting had been moved over to the design standards manual, right? I mean, I guess, John,
Yes.
maybe this question, if you had a traffic related standard or a stormwater related standard, you knew you had to go to the design standards manual, would that somewhat address your concern? I mean, I hear at the end of the day, it'd be nice to have everything there, but is that?
well, I'm not gonna continue to beat a dead horse over the thing. That's my personal opinion as a consultant who has to work with every chapter of that land development code every day, would be for it to be resident in one single place.
Sure.
I understand their desire to have some agility in making changes. I get that.
You know,
I just think the whole thing needs some more thought. I don't think it's something that we need to rush into. And at one, there's no great crisis, no emergency doing this. I think it goes without saying, maybe Margaret has a different opinion, but to me it goes without saying, based on what is it, chapter 363. I mean, if you design something that connects to the county roadway system, you have to design it in accordance with the established minimum uniform standards. The statute's very clear about that.
Right.
And it would seem to me that the easier thing to do, after talking with Margaret, one of the things I learned is that her biggest concern is not having to go amend the land development code every time a DOT manual gets updated. And we know that the standard indices get updated every year, and the specifications and so on and so forth. But all you have to do is list those in the add them to the land development code, list them and say latest edition thereof, and you're covered for any changes. Your worry's gone away.
So I asked Margaret the same question, and she acknowledges that would cure that concern. But I think what she's trying to address is a different concern for all the other standards that DOT doesn't regulate. And if staff wants some agility to amend a stormwater standard or some other pavement of a pavement width for in a parking lot, there should be some ability to do it through a more expedited process. Still goes to the planning commission.
Well, I hear you. But at the end of the day, they've had their chance. They asked me to make comments on the manual. I told them I was going to make comments on the stormwater section. I made a whole bunch of comments on the stormwater section. And right now, there's no proposal to change anything in the stormwater section. So you had your chance. You've had your chance to do these things. You're so worried about having the agility to change it so quickly. This was your chance to change whatever you wanted and bring it here and get it all approved. And the only thing we focused on is pretty much some minor changes to structural numbers, and they're actually kind of pretty innocuous things.
By the way, and I think that's why we're asking for continuance, because we know there's some changes that need to be made. We aren't here today to tell you that what we have is what you asked for, John, or what you asked for, Jamie. We're not saying that today. That's why we're asking for time. We don't expect to make any changes on the fly. The horizontal roundtable is involved in every change we make. So that takes time as well. So that is not the point to cut out stakeholders. The point is to work better with stakeholders, to have less of a onerous process to go through when it comes to making the required changes that we're going to make. We don't have all the stormwater changes now, and we have different proposals on the table as to how to handle that currently. So I'm not saying today we asked for continuance. We weren't, for one, could not really needed to be just on here talking about it, because we're just thinking that we actually need time to move forward, which is what you just said, John. Why are we rushing? So we're asking that time.
Well, I don't think there's going to be a problem in granting you your wish today. I think we're just trying to.
Yeah,
well, I made us ask you this because I think over the next couple of months, you could let not Margaret, but that team, that team work through some of the stuff that may be missing from the design standards manual, or that maybe needs a change in the design standards manual, and work through those issues through horizontal roundtable. I guess, is planning commission at least okay with the concept of how changes to the manual would be processed? Because that's more of a democracy political issue than it is a technical issue.
Well, I personally do have a problem with it, because we joke about it, but it is a democracy issue. It's an issue of representative government. If we want to be efficient, as we're saying, why don't we just make somebody king? They can make all the changes they want.
Well, but Chuck, I want to make sure, but their modified proposal on that issue wasn't to bypass planning commission.
I know, but we don't have any authority, even if it comes here.
Well, but
That's
if I understand right, David, isn't it, really what we're talking about is we're going from 3 public hearings to 2?
To one.
Well, doesn't it got to be approved by the board?
It'll go to board by resolution, but that would not be a public hearing. The public hearing would be in front of the planning commission. Because what staff heard you say, and maybe they heard wrong, was that you wanted at least one forum where any member of the public could come and speak about their concerns with the change. I didn't hear planning commission say there had to be 3 public hearings.
No,
that's right.
So staff tried to draw a compromise between democracy and efficiency, and so they came up with the concept of 1 public hearing in front of the planning commission, and then if you make your recommendation on it, and then it goes to the board, and the board adopts it by resolution. The board could pull it for discussion if they want to, and have a discussion on it. So for example, what I would predict would happen is if you get 30 people to show up at the planning commission and say, this is a horrible change, and staff still pushes it forward, notwithstanding you saying no to it, I'm sure the board would not say, this can't stay on our consent agenda, we have a discussion about it before we approve this. But I think what staff is trying to do is come up with some process, I think Justin called it a skinny process, that doesn't require them to go through 3 public hearings, which is potentially 3 to 4 months before they can get a change to this manual process. So they're trying to say, yes, you'll have a notice public hearing on it, but it'll only be one. And it'll be this body that has it.
I agree with you. I understand. I get that. But there was something Jamie said, and as someone who's spent their career doing this in this county, he spoke a truth. And I've walked, and you've been here, David, through the development, the evolution of the land development code that we have. A lot of our land development code is an ad hoc reaction to something somebody did that a commissioner or a county administrator didn't like, and boom, we got to do this. And I think Jamie makes the best point as to why the ship needs to get slowed down so that we don't make reactionary decisions, that they're well thought and that we look and we think about, and there's a lot of things that have happened in this land development code that have created unintended consequences. And you're almost making the case for me, we want the agility in case something we got to change really quickly. Well, that's what we're actually trying to avoid.
Thanks, David.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I agree with everything you all are saying. My point is that the compromise is trying to create a balance. There probably are some changes that everybody's in agreement with. I'll just give you the example to remove the as-built requirement, okay? If staff's in agreement, horizontal roundtable's in agreement, and planning commission's in agreement, everybody's in agreement, why does it have to go through 3 public hearings before it changes?
Well, I'm going to use that one as example. Why was there an as-built requirement? You know why? Because hundreds of people came in here and said, I got this water that won't drain out from between my houses. And that's why we have the little section of land development code that says if the setback is less than 7.5 feet, you can't have the air conditioner on the side. Well, that's because we had these 5-foot setbacks, air conditioners in the sides, and we didn't have any as-builts for the grading and drainage plan that was required, and all of a sudden I couldn't get to the air conditioner because my side yard was flooded. And that's how all of these things got in there, as some reaction to some other bad event that happened. And then we realize, oh, well, yeah, these things do create another burden down the road here, and that's what I'm saying. We sometimes I think we're too quick to make a regulation. We need to slow down, we need to think, and we have to understand that there are unintended consequences a great number of times when we make a decision like that. So we have to think about that and think about what are the possible ramifications. One of the things you learn as an engineer is there is no quick solution, and your first idea, your first attempt at implementation of your first idea always fails. It has to be thought about, rethought about, refined, and ultimately you get to the satisfactory answer.
So, yeah, I don't think that even this, what I'll call the skinny process, is quick, to be clear. I mean, it still has to go through horizontal roundtable, and sometimes those meetings with horizontal roundtable, Jamie knows this, last 2 or 3 or 4 meetings, or 5, before all those concerns get addressed. Then staff looks at it more, and horizontal roundtable looks at it more before it even gets to see the light of day in a public hearing. So there is a lot of work that goes on with most of these changes before they even get to the planning commission. If the planning commission thinks that all of these changes should go through 3 public hearings, we might as well just keep them in the land development code. Because the real benefit of putting it in the design standards manual is, in my opinion, because you all are saying it's not any easier to use, so the only benefit really is it's easier to change. If we don't want to make it easier to change, even when everybody agrees, we might as well just keep it in the land development code.
That's the point.
I think just to throw one little nugget out there, I think we're one of the few counties that doesn't have a design standards manual. And we do get quite a few calls because I think we have engineers that are not familiar with the land development code here in Pasco County, calling to ask us what the heck our standards are. So to me, to kind of line up with what other counties are doing, to meet expectations of, the industry as a whole, and to just be more efficient and effective. I mean, I think all of those are related to putting all the standards and all the Pasco County detail sheets together. I think that does benefit us in the long run. It may not be where you guys think you should be today, but I think it would be a great thing for Pasco County to join the rest of the industry with, creating a name that has those standards in it. Because that's what a lot of engineers are looking for, is a general standard that they can come into you can work out of Hillsborough County, go in and click on the design standards, and there they are. And in Hernando County.
I'm going to take exception with that because I design in those counties and they're miserable to work with.
Yeah, Margaret, I mean, personally, I don't know why those counties don't all come to our way of doing it. I do a little bit of work in those other counties, and it is impossible to find all the standards because they're all scattered everywhere. Personally, well, I understand that's their goal, but I'm just speaking from experience. And I mean, don't get me wrong, there are things, I mean, just a standard details booklet, I think would be extremely helpful. I know that Utilities has one. I think that would be extremely helpful. There are things in Pasco County. But I mean, personally, and I told you this yesterday, I don't see the system as broken now. I understand if you want to make the process easier to make modifications. However, I do have an issue with making it too easy to make modifications. Is David, just for my clarity, the skinny process goes to horizontal roundtable. It's going to come to us for public hearing, and then it's going to go to the board for resolution for adoption.
You're going to make a recommendation on it about whether you think it's good or bad.
Okay.
And which, by the way, is more than the authority you have on the land development code, because as I reminded the planning commission last time, if it's a land development code amendment, you're technically only supposed to be recommending whether it's consistent with the comp plan or not.
Right.
So you're actually going to have more authority for the design standards manual than you have currently for the land development code. But you make a recommendation on it, and then it goes to the board. The board approves it by resolution, which is not a public hearing.
Okay.
So, and it's definitely not two public hearings. So the changes would be approved by resolution. Board resolutions do not necessarily require a public hearing. They could just, the board could approve them on a.
How does under this scheme, how does the board know what the planning commission's recommendation was before they adopt the resolution?
There's still an agenda memo that goes to the board. So in the agenda memo.
We come up here and we read the agenda here today. That doesn't happen at the BCC level. And as I complained last time about the agenda here being 300 or 400 pages, and today it was 833. I looked at one of the BOCC agendas a meeting or two ago, and it was 3,650 some odd pages.
Okay.
How do they even know that's in there?
So I'm not sure you're giving our board enough credit. I'm going to defend our board, okay? I would say every meeting there's at least 3 or 4 items that they pull from consent. So I don't think, with all due respect, I don't think you're giving them, they are looking at, I mean, they may not read every single word of every single item, but they're at least looking to say, oh, well, that's an item I'm concerned about, I better look more into it, and they often pull it if they have a concern. In the case of the design standards manual, and by the way, a lot of them watch the planning commission meeting too.
I know.
Okay. So, probably watching us right now. If they watch a planning commission meeting and they see 30 people show up on a change to the design standards manual, I can pretty much bet they're going to pull it from consent and discuss it. But if it's the change to the design standards manual, not a single person shows up, you all recommend approval of it, they'll probably just leave it on the consent agenda. Why would, I mean, they have a lot of stuff on the consent agenda. So, I think it would be like anything else. I mean, even if it was on the public hearing agenda, we make changes to the land development code that they might as well they can't be on consent, but where there's no public discussion of them, right, Denise? We probably have many glitch changes to the land development code that because they went through horizontal roundtable, because without any issues, because they went through planning commission without any issues, the board technically has a public hearing on them, but nobody gets up to speak. And they just motion to approve. And it's approved with almost no discussion. So I'm not sure this process is materially different because the board could still pull it from their consent agenda to have a discussion about it, if there was a controversy about it. And I give our board enough credit that they would do that. And by the way, there's nothing stopping you all from calling your board member too and saying, hey, this one I didn't like at planning commission, can you pull it from consent and discuss it?
Well, I agree.
You don't have a sunshine law problem between you calling the board members. So even if only one of you doesn't like it, you could call up your board member and say, this one should be pulled from discussion. But I think what staff is just trying to come up with is there a middle ground where it doesn't require 3 public hearings? There's at least some agility for design, technical design standards that maybe don't require the same public discussion as amending our sign regulations or, you know.
Well, the question I would have is, if we're so concerned about it, then why haven't we taken this opportunity to make some change? I mean, other than the changes, the only changes that have been proposed, I mean, are truly almost innocuous. I mean, if she's got a extra quarter inch of asphalt in a subdivision street or something like that. Otherwise, there's almost nothing changed. And that's what I'm like, well, wait a minute, you're trying to create this process whereby you can change it quicker, but here's your chance to change this stuff, and you're spending your opportunity trying to change the system when you wanted to change criteria. Why didn't you do it?
Well, I'm gonna let Margaret answer that question because I've not been involved in the technical, what goes into
And at this point, and I'm not
sure if I really understand the question, but I will tell you what we did was go through every single standard and look at them related to the DOT standards and look at them related to input from the HRT, and we did all of that for every single standard in there was looked at and updated as needed. So I didn't see that as a minor effort. It was a pretty major effort, and it involved a lot of activity. Every time HRT brought up something that they were concerned about, all of the Pasco County standard details, all of those were looked at and reviewed and brought up to the very latest standards. So they may have looked like tiny tweaks, but there was a lot of tiny tweaks all through that. A lot of coordination with the horizontal roundtable and input from them when they found that they wanted a similar to that parking lot structural number that you brought up. That's a change that we made because it was brought to our attention. That was the intent of this whole update. It wasn't just moving things to a manual. Every single item was looked at, every single standard that moved over was looked at. And then there was debate about which standards should stay in the code and which standards should go. There's definitely obvious standards related to roadway and that type of thing that should definitely be moved into the standards. However, there were some other standards that were, we went back and forth on. Is this a standard that would be in this code, or is this a standard more like a code that should stay here in the code? So there's a lot of back and forth. I mean, you're talking, 2.5 years worth of back and forth with the HRT, with looking at the standards to make sure they're the latest and up to date. I don't think it was just a tweak here and a tweak there. We looked at every single standard. I think that was a major part of the effort that was made. Yes, we do have a manual that we created out of it, but every standard was looked at and reviewed and updated as needed.
As an outsider, aren't there industrial standards for some of the items that you have to deal with?
Industrial standards?
Industrial standards. Standards.
Industry. Well, yes, I mean, so for almost all infrastructure, there is some standard. So Margaret's main concern was on roadways, that DOT sets minimum standards that we follow. For stormwater, Swift Mud sets minimum standards that we follow. But for any standard, there are probably some things that only the county sets the standard. Or sometimes the county might try to adopt standards that are more stringent than what Swift Mud or DOT may impose. So for example, on drainage, we have a drainage basin of special concern standards, which I suspect are more stringent than anything in Swift Mud. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So there are some standards where the county may have a desire to adopt more stringent than what the statewide standard is.
You just picked one that's a great example. Okay, so the basins of special concern, at least in the current proposal, have been moved to the manual. And the criteria have been moved to the manual. That's a place I don't think I want a skinny process. And you know why? Because that affects people's land rights. They have development rights. And we're drawing a map and saying, yeah, but if you live in the boundaries of this map, your burden is to do this. Those things should be subject to public hearings and notices and the like.
Like I said, the counter argument to that is, let's just say that we all agree that something was too stringent in the drainage basin of special concern standards. And everybody agrees we went overboard, we were too reactionary. We want to reverse it and make the standard less stringent. Now you're saying you've got to go through 3 public hearings to do it.
Well, I've been doing this for almost 30 years here, and other than the as-builts for the grading plans for lot drainage, I haven't seen a bunch of rules repealed. I keep seeing the land development.
I think the list of
in this county that is 1,500 pages, and the Holy Bible is only 1,200. Okay? So it didn't get skinnier.
How long is the Constitution?
Right. Yeah, but the Constitution is always.
I don't have a solution to you for all of your concerns. All I can tell you is that, in my opinion, if you're going to make changes go through 3 public hearings, then there's not really even any point of having the design standards, right? Because you might as well just, you're right that all you could do is just amend the land development code and say that DOT standards are self-amending, and you don't have to change your code every time DOT changes their standard. Staff is trying to create some agility with the other technical standards. If nobody wants that agility and we all want it to go through 3 public hearings, then you might as well just leave it in the land development code, because that's the process.
I will tell you this, out of fairness and respect, I will contemplate it all during this continuance. I may still come back here with the position that I want 3 public hearings, but I'll give it some fair consideration, and I can tell you I'm going to go discuss it with some commissioners and see how they feel about it. The other reason that I wanted to have this discussion, and I had this briefly with Margaret yesterday, is I would appreciate when this comes back, this needs to come as a separate issue from the roadway width issue, the subdivision roadway width. In this ordinance, something that's staying resident in the land development code are the pavement widths and right-of-way widths for subdivision streets. And we used to have 5 types of streets, and now it's going to be 3 types of streets. And these streets are getting narrower. And I'm sure that the horizontal roundtable loves the idea of having the narrower streets. That's how much pavement I don't have to pay for when I go build the subdivision. And those commissioners are screaming about having not enough room in the driveway to park my vehicle. So I'm sure that the idea of a narrower street probably enthralls them. But as someone who's lived in subdivisions, and here's a place where you might have some unintended consequences. Yep, I made the commissioner happier and I gave him a foot extra room in the driveway by taking it out of the street. And then, do you ever have a lawn done and the guy pulls up in his pickup truck in the lawn trailer? Is he pulling your driveway? No, he parks in the street. and now I got a 10-foot wide lane instead of a 12-foot wide lane, and how am I getting that fire truck through? How am I getting that ambulance through? How's the other lawn guy getting past your lawn guy? Well, they're rubbing fenders on the street. I'd like to have that come back to the Planning Commission as a separate change to the land development code that can be adequately vetted and debated, not mixed in with
Yeah,
this.
so, Mr. Mooney, I raised a very similar concern to what you just raised when I met with staff yesterday. Because our board has raised concerns about not having adequate on-street parking in subdivisions. And we actually had one commissioner try to make a motion that all subdivisions in the county we should just allow on-street parking across the entire county. And then our emergency services people said we have some older subdivisions where we couldn't get our emergency vehicles through on the road if you allow that. And so it got stopped. But, you know, I think our board does want a permanent solution or on a going forward basis to how we're dealing with this issue of on-street parking. And when I looked at the same amendments you looked at where they were narrowing the right-of-way, I asked some of the similar questions that you asked, which is, how are you addressing the board's concern about on-street parking? Because it seems to me you're just narrowing the right-of-way. And yes, you have some cross sections that still allow for on-street parking, but then you're eliminating green space, which I don't know if the board's okay with or not. And you're not even making sure that they can have on-street parking, which I don't know if you addressed the board's concern on that issue. And so I raised very similar concerns to you, and staff said they would have some internal conversations about it and potentially make some revisions, go to horizontal roundtable and discuss it. So that was another reason why this is getting continued, just so you know.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate that they'll go have that process, because the explanation I've been given to date is this is a promise that the previous county administrator made to the HRT. Well, that's all fine and dandy, except he ain't here, and then there's been a little change in philosophy since his departure as to widths of lots and.
Well, and my biggest concern is I'm not even sure it's consistent with what the Board of County Commissioners has directed the planning department to do. So that staff has agreed to have some internal conversations, rediscuss that issue with horizontal roundtable, and try to address the concern better. That may or may not be able to happen over the next 2 months. If it can, I think staff would like to bring it as one packet. If it's still an issue, I agree with you, it should be pulled out and dealt with separately. But I think staff is at least going to make an attempt to make the amendment consistent with what I think current board intent is. We can let Mr. Pito speak to it, but I believe he's been directed to do something as it relates to on-street parking, and tell me if I'm wrong, Mr. Pito. I mean, I don't think we can just ignore the issue of on-street parking.
Good evening. The matter was brought to the Planning and Development Department by the Board of County Commissioners to take a look at it, but the matter was hit pause, basically. I was instructed by, I don't recall exactly when, but on the discussion of on-street parking, I was told to pause on that research. And that may have been by the previous county administrator, so I'd have to follow up on what the next step is or what the next direction is.
And that may be the case, Terry, that you will hold to hit pause, but it doesn't solve, there was still a concern raised by the board.
Yes.
That we haven't solved yet.
Correct, it's a question that keeps coming up.
And the concern I raised was with the amendment I saw actually potentially made the issue worse, considering what the board's concern was. So there's one thing to hit pause and do nothing. It's another to actually implement an amendment that may actually make the problem worse than it is today. So that was the concern I raised, and I think Will is going to discuss with you and hopefully bring back to the horizontal roundtable to have a more in-depth discussion, which is of the very issue that Mr. Moody raised and which I'm talking about. Because I don't think it's, I agree with Mr. Moody, it's easy to say, let's just narrow all the right-of-way. But you can't do that without having some discussion about what you're doing to on-street parking and emergency vehicle access.
Right, right now, the codes that we have in place are mainly talking about preserving that emergency accessibility. And as a result, if you don't have the necessary right-of-way width, or excuse me, the necessary street width, we have in the various new developments with MPUDs a requirement that parking be restricted accordingly by the CDDs or the HOAs. So what ends up happening is as the roads get built, with the lane widths that are in the code, the no parking signs go up, and that prevents.
And I hear it, and I see it, and I see them in the
And the exact
conditions that
available.
we get here, and I don't mean to get into a giant debate about all of this. But at the end of the day, we all know what it's like to live in a subdivision. And in fact, I used to live in Jamie's subdivision years ago. Listen, you have guests over, you have a party, you have a wedding reception, whatever the thing may be, there's an event, and there's people parking, and well, when you got a 20-foot setback to the house, even though you've got 2-car driveway, well, you'll get 2 cars in there, but your other 6 guests, they're parking on the street. At least I had the luxury of living on a cul-de-sac, so we could send them up around the cul-de-sac, but not everybody does. So, I mean, that happens, and if you live in a neighborhood where everybody's being towed away constantly, I don't think that creates a great quality of life.
Well, that's actually how the
when
issue
you're talking
got-
about quality of life issues, I mean, it seems like they should be widening the roads, not narrowing the roads.
Well, that's actually the issue, how the issue got to the board is exactly what you said, Mr. Moody, was there was some people that wanted to have some guests over for a party. They were forced to get this temporary parking permit to do so, and a commissioner said, why are they having to do this? We should just allow everybody to park on the street. And that's when this whole discussion started. Well, it's when it really started to manifest itself, and the commissioner is no longer on the board, but even up until the time he was leaving, he was pushing that we should just allow all on-street parking. But it's the width of the road that caused, that stopped that from happening. And so you raise a very legitimate point that maybe we should need to rethink whether we should be narrowing these roads if that's going to impact the ability to have on-street parking.
And the point of all this is that I told this to Margaret, I thought this was dangerous to mix the design standards manual and that particular issue into one ordinance, because you may end up with the baby thrown out with the bathwater over a big. I think the roadway issue is probably a much bigger issue than the design standards manual.
So I agree. One quick thing, if I could add that really quick. The way the code exists today, we have a solution to that issue. You know, it doesn't necessarily work retroactively with things that are already out there, but our code does differentiate that if there's going to be on-street parking in a neighborhood, then those right-of-way widths are widened and the pavement widths are widened to accommodate it. It's there. That's in our code. So moving forward, we can, if the board wants to have on-street parking or wider pavement for that, they can deviate from this more general standard.
That'll be a
and
policy.
demand that.
That'll be a policy decision that they have to take up, and then of course they'll have to respond to their electorate who doesn't like having to go get. If they live in the neighborhood where the CDD says you can't park on the street and they gotta go get a permit, I guess they'll have to answer to those people. But
So, but it's a bigger discussion than just on-street parking, because based on the conversation I had with Will Poon yesterday, some of that also affects the green space that's available next to the roadway, and that's a policy decision too about.
We essentially lose street trees and utility easements.
So sometimes you're sacrificing green space for on-street parking, but that is also dependent on where what you said is your minimum width.
You know,
those are all factors that
in one of the cases today, I think it was the one on Clinton Avenue, the townhomes on Clinton, there was a condition that basically said you didn't need to provide driveway flares, and what they were attempting to do was to create some more room for them to plant some trees. And so now we're down here we've got things so compact that we're literally worried about 9 square, the driveway flares in this county are 3 feet by 3 feet. So on both sides of the driveway, that's 9 square feet. We're now trying to scrimp for 9 square feet to add a tree. Brad, how many what's the minimum square footage we require in a parking lot island to plant the tree? It's bigger than 9 square feet,
We
right?
would love a 10 by 10 area for planting a big shade tree,
okay,
but.
so, not 3 by 3.
Yeah,
And you actually got the little triangle.
Yeah.
It's not much bigger than the podium.
That was an effort to deal with the issues of the front-loaded townhomes
Well,
and the minimum distances there.
Yeah, and like I said, and I'm not picking on that, I'm just, the point being that we've got things so jammed and crammed in at this point, and I think that's why there's some pushback for people that wanted to see a little more elbow room in some of these subdivisions, because they do become quality of life issues, and now we're getting down almost to the ridiculousness that here we are, scrounge, you find me 9 square feet so I can add a tree.
Yeah, and we're you know, the developers obviously, they're squeezing the county to try to get as much as they can out of the land, but that's not our responsibility. In my mind, our responsibility is to get the best we can for our community.
And I appreciate that, and the one thing that I hope staff recognizes is that this guy, and that guy, and I don't know what Peter does, so I apologize, but we all make our living from this growth. And we aren't working for the government here, we work for the private sector, okay? We make our living from the very people we're here regulating.
Yeah.
So
we don't, we're never, at least in my opinion, we're never in favor of just growth. We want to see good growth.
Well, and you all, for the most part, I think you all live in the county, so, I mean.
Yes, we do.
So, for example, Chuck and I live in a neighborhood that has tons of on-street parking.
Right.
It actually works fairly well, I think.
Yeah.
So, you know.
We have lots of trees. And
and we have lots of green space between our parking and our, I mean, so why are we adopting land development codes that have no green space to accommodate the on-street parking, and apparently don't require on-street parking at all?
Well, that's a simple answer there. There is a industry out there that can make the most money from the homes that they can build. That's what it comes down to, financial situations where how much can I make off this particular product. You know, I came from a community before I moved here and retired. That's what I do, in case you wanted to know.
You're the only one that's smart around here. Yeah. We're all working.
I had no choice, but I came from a community where they did, I can't think of it, but maybe they took the funding from the Cancer Cigarette Fund and they gave it to very wealthy landowners who raised horses. These people were not poor. They gave them a ton of money. And the intent was to try to keep green space. But on a few of them, they sold, after they got the money and waited a period of time, they sold that property off and made another ton of money. And then when I go back in May to see my son that lives up there, I will see where the horse farm used to be. And it used to be a famous horse farm called Hamburg, I believe is the name of it. It's no longer there. It's commercial business, it's hotels, it's restaurants, it's it's all kinds of things. So going back to your question there, I think the land code development needs to look out for the individual citizen, and I think that's one of the reasons why I think all of us are here. From the four of you folks that still work, except for my school partner back here, and he does. I think you try to look out for the folks there, but it's hard, you know. I had a hard time today, as you can figure out, with that one particular project. You know, I would have liked to see it put into homes as opposed to it, but also you have to weigh in fact that, you know, density of population is important. Parking on streets is important, but getting that fire truck through that street is important. It's probably more important than anything else, because in my community where I live at, it comes in almost daily now, those fire trucks, because we have 3 types of communities in there. Most of them are a lot older than I am, you can believe that or not, and some of the folks are a little younger than I am. So the fire department's there for those older folks, and you need to have those rules there on wide streets that they get the fire truck through. If you get them too narrow, and I lived in communities when I lived in one city, Kansas, and I won't say the name of the city, but the streets were very narrow because they were very old. And they used to have horses and buggies go down those streets. but the newer communities have wider streets. So this is the land development code is an important tool, and it has to be something that's constructed in a very wise manner. And we're fortunate they got three of you folks on here that know this code, and in particular Mr. Moody and the attorneys are very reasonable people. I hate to see the fact that you would start to narrow streets down. That's a very, very small, narrow one to bring on. But I go to Pasco a lot, and their parking spaces are much wider than the norm. They took it onto themselves to do that. See?
Publix does the same.
Well, but I want to be clear, there probably is a limit to that, because if you make the local subdivision street too wide, it becomes a runway and then you have speeding. So, I mean,
It's true.
there is a balance. There's got to be a balance there that meets everybody's needs.
Absolutely.
I'm just not sure that the change that Mr. Moody references has gone through that level of analysis and balance.
The whole point was that is an important discussion to be had. And we're actually not even making it till this moment. We spent all of this time hung up on the design standards manual at the last meeting and then at the outset of this discussion, when there is a bigger fish in here in which we need to look at. And so I'm asking staff to consider bring that back separately so that that can be properly vetted and not get tied up in the design standards.
It really is actually just 4 pieces of a chart. It's 4 lines on a chart. Because some of what they're doing where they're collapsing road types into a smaller number of road types isn't affecting the issue you're talking about.
No, I agree.
The issue you're talking about, there's 4 lines in a chart where they reduce the widths of some of the local subdivision streets. And I've talked to Denise, that may need to be pulled out if we can't get a good resolution of it. I mean, basically I agree with you. But I think they are going to attempt to get a resolution of it, because there probably is a good resolution that accommodates all the addressed issues we just talked about. I just don't know if they'll get it done in the next 2 months. If they can't, I think they are. I think they're prepared to pull it out.
To make sure we have a good solution whenever we implement it.
Because
we want to have a rushed solution.
Because I don't want to make the problem worse.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I think to me, that makes a good point to the board, that the board, and they ultimately will be the one that makes the final decision on, what happens and how is this design standards manual adopted, approved, the modifications, and what is that skinny process. I still don't fully understand and grasp, I know there was a kind of a concession to go with a public hearing here and the resolution of the board, but how much more work is it to go to public hearing here, public hearing of the board? Is that a procedural issue, or is that?
I guess I'll ask Denise that question. I mean, do you think the skinnier process is less work for staff? I'm asking, I don't know.
Yeah.
Can you ask the question again? I'm sorry, David.
Is the skinnier process that we came up with for the design standards manual, where you have 1 public hearing in front of planning commission and the board adopts it by resolution, how much less work is that for you than 3 public hearings?
So I would say that it's quite a bit less work than 3 public hearings, particularly the notice, if it remains the same as it is today. I know we're moving towards something else. And just bringing it to this would be the only public hearing at Planning Commission. I think it's simpler. It cuts out some work, certainly.
It cuts out work from 3 public hearings, so what if they were both public hearings and the board wasn't a resolution, it was a public hearing? Or does the final hearing have to be a resolution?
You could do the final board hearing at a public hearing, but then it's just a matter of which part of the agenda it appears on and then whether they have to do a notice for it. The key thing about a public hearing is that they've got to notice it, which Denise is right, we may be moving to website notice in the near future, which might make that easier, but in the absence of that, they have to put an ad in the paper whenever they do a public hearing.
So I hear it, I understand wanting to have easier work. But one thing I've been screaming about since I got back here in July is public notice, public notice, public notice, public notice. I've been pretty consistent about that.
That being said, LDC changes, the only notice they get is an ad in the paper, which with all due respect, very few people read.
Yeah, I completely agree with that.
To get one.
So it's not like that many people are showing up at the public hearing because of the ad we put in the paper. Really, in reality, what happens on land development code amendments is that there's a problem with them. They know about it because it went through horizontal roundtable, because it went through planning commission, and they've been following that amendment, and they have a concern with it, and so then they show up at the board and saying, I don't like what horizontal roundtable did, I don't like what planning commission did, I still have concerns. They're not finding out about it because there was a notice in the paper.
No.
In which case, it wouldn't matter if it was a resolution or a public
Right,
hearing.
because they could actually speak under public comment in the morning and say, I still have concerns with this board, and probably the board would pull it from consent and discuss it. The only issue is whether you want to have a public hearing in front of the board where somebody could, in theory, you know, you could get 30 people to show up and notice it and everything else. But I guess my point is, if you're going to do that, you might as well just keep it in the land development code, because then they're just having to, you know, do what they're doing now. And I will be honest with you, probably 90% of land development code amendments we do, nobody shows up to speak to them.
This is true.
So you are, and Denise is in theory just doing process for the sake of process. She's putting an ad in the paper that nobody's reading.
And there's another work effort there that, you know, you're talking about having all of your different experts available for that many hearings, that they are then not working on other things. So there's kind of a change in the work effort that's not directly related to producing that, but it's taking people away from other work that they could be doing as well. So I would like that to be thought about a little bit in that discussion, because it is, you know, a lot. I mean, we've got, you know, senior engineering staff here for consult 3 times all day long, or, you know, however long it is. That's a lot of work time lost. That's, you know, again, like David said, there may be nothing to talk about. They may just be sitting here.
Just to underline Brad's point, it's production work. The movement of cases and review, et cetera, that they would normally look at for technical reviews on various projects. That's the kind of work that Brad's talking about.
I'll agree with you, but I'm not going to give you any sympathy because there's no production going on at my company right now. I'm sitting here.
They're glad for that part.
Actually, can we have some extra meetings, maybe? We'll keep Jamie here, maybe permission to like 8 or 9 members?
Well, okay.
No, you don't want to do that.
If, you know, think about the skinny process, I guess that's what staff's going to recommend when this comes back. Even if they fix some of the issues you talked about with the design standards manual, that's the process they came up with. If you all could think of a better way to do it, that's open for discussion. Maybe the board doesn't like it either. But again, they're trying to strike a balance between agility and democracy. And I don't know if they got the right balance, but they try. So they heard you loud and clear. The planning commission didn't want that. You didn't want this bypassing the planning commission without your input.
Gotcha.
So that's why they tried to give you some input.
We appreciate that.
Yes.
What date did we want the continuance to?
May 4th, 2023, 1:30, Dade City.
I move to continue the item to May 4th.
As much as I want to talk about it for another hour, I'll second.
We have a motion and a
Go ahead,
second.
Margaret, sorry.
What did you say, Margaret?
I'm just wondering now, 3 months, if May is enough time.
Yeah.
Well, speak now or forever hold your peace. July 4th.
Independence Day.
Yeah, right.
The following,
Then we will
the
be
following
talking about
option
democracy.
would be June 8th at 1:30 in Dade City. Following that would be July 6th, 1:30 in Dade City.
You got a preference?
July 6th.
I mean, we can always continue it again. I mean,
July 6th.
Either way, Denise is going to have to re-advertise this. So it doesn't matter what date you pick. It just how long do you think it's going to take for staff to?
And Margaret, honestly, and I know you've probably heard this already, I mean, 8-10 years ago, there was, you know, there was a whole, you know, committee or a whole group of people that were sat in a room every month, just like the horizontal roundtable does, and we're looking at changes to the stormwater ordinance. I mean, it depends on how much you're trying to bite off and what you're trying to change or what we're trying to implement on how long it's gonna take. I mean, I think last time the stormwater section was looked at, I think that was discussed for 1.5 years and nothing ended up happening. The person that was working on it left the county, so.
And I've been on 2 different land development code rewrite committees over the years. And I can tell you the only thing that got rewritten in those codes for the most part was the order in which they appear in the code.
Yeah, it's hard.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. Further discussion, all in favor?
It's a May 4th?
No, that's the July 6th.
What was the date, Denise?
It was, the date is June 8th, 1:30, Dade City.
June 8th, okay.
So moved.
Second.
And I would just make a request for staff, please do not put the Saddlebrook MPUD on the same agenda.
Please.
David doesn't want it by dinner.
We'll definitely
All in
need
favor?
snacks.
Aye.
Opposed?
And Margaret, thank you for all your work. I mean, again, I echoed that yesterday, but thanks for all your hard work on this, and Tim and your whole
Margaret,
team.
the only regret that I have over this entire discussion is that in your entire tenure as the county engineer, I have not met you until this issue came up. So I don't know how long you were here, but I hope that we'll have a better relationship with the next county engineer that comes along. I'm sorry not to have met you. And after discussing with you yesterday, it was very clear that you're a very bright person, so.
All right, well, thanks for coming, everybody. I appreciate you coming over and for some tea and coffee.
Motion to adjourn? Motion to adjourn?
Second.
All right.